didn't know if you know, it's like belly
Yeah.
checkers.
No, no. Definitely not having that thought process right now.
Taking the general management instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
All set? All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Ware Board of Selectmen for January 15th, 2024. We'll start with Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Here we have a new appointment of Terry Knowles as an alternate to the trustees of the trust funds. Don't see her here, but,
I don't think she was coming.
no, but I think probably pretty much everybody knows her. We've all met her
Yeah.
at least once or twice. But
There's
they're,
a board of three.
right, I knew that. So she would be the only the alternate.
Actually, Tom's an alternate.
Oh,
as
you're an
well.
alternate as well?
Yeah.
Okay. How quickly I forget. All right, any questions, comments, concerns?
No concerns.
No concerns.
I don't either. All right, I'll move that we appoint Terry Knowles as an alternate to the trustees of the trust funds. Is that 3-year? I think it's 3 years, isn't it, Tom?
The library does a year at a time. I don't remember. The library does a year at a time, I'm just saying.
All right, well, if it's
What-
more than a year,
How
you
long
guys
is
see her next
Tom
year.
on? Tom, were you on for 1 year or 3?
What the,
The alternate.
Alternate for trustees of trust funds.
you know, I don't know, I thought it was 3, and then somebody told me I had to be reappointed after 1, so.
Right, I think it's one.
Maybe we do one just because it's an elected, all right, so,
Okay.
all right. Appoint Terry Knowles as an alternate to trustees of the trust funds for a term of 1 year. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving second, all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Okay, we'll do the manifest next. Vote to order the treasurer to sign payroll accounts payables checks dated January 18th, 2023, 2024. As including the following manifest. The payroll manifest is $79,191.61 for weekly payroll. 2023 accounts payable manifest is $27,044.81, and 24 accounts payable of $29,810.73 for a total of $136,047.15. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving seconded, discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Move on to the minutes of 11:27.
I have 4 notes on the 27th.
Okay.
On line 41, I think it should say East Street property instead of East property.
Yep. Or is it East, it's actually East
Should be
Road?
East Road,
East
too.
Road.
Sorry.
Yep,
Yep.
yep,
And then above that, I think it said East Street then.
yep,
Because I was copying the one above it. So East Road, East Road.
yep.
4950, it said purchase in sale. I believe that should be purchase and sale.
Yeah, yep.
And then I'm down on 138.
Anybody else in between?
What number is he next?
138. 2 things on that line. Ammunition cost of more than one of something, and I did not go back and look at the video to see what that fraction
It
is,
was
but
a third, wasn't it?
I don't remember. But
I think it was a third.
just whoever's making the edit, if they could double check that. And then, because shortly after that, BWC is used, I think it would be helpful to, we're on line 138 where it says body cameras, I think it'd be good to say body worn cameras, parentheses,
Parentheses, BWC.
BWCs, yeah. That's all I had for November 27th.
Did you come up with a third? Is that what you said? 1/3?
No, he wasn't
No.
sure.
Not sure.
Oh, no, it was the, we didn't know what the amount was, what the percentage was.
Increase in the cost?
Yeah, because it said, what line was that again, 138?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just said one over-presented line. I think it was a third, but I just have to check on that. Anybody else for the 27th? I'll entertain a motion.
So you want me to find it? That's what you're asking me to do?
I just say fill it in when we can.
Yep.
I'll move that we accept the minutes of November 27th, 2023 as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moving seconded, all those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna abstain, I wasn't there. December 4th.
Got 2 things. On line 54, it says Chair Hippler appointed, but that should say Chair Hippler motioned to appoint.
Okay. or move to appoint.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever's consistent.
Yep, yeah, I think that's consistent. All right. Anybody else on the first couple pages?
I've got 102, otherwise, whatever page that is.
That's page 3. Okay, good.
It's just simple, RSA 310A colon space 42, and I don't think there should be a space there. Well, I know there shouldn't.
Right.
That's all I had for December 4th.
Anybody else?
283.
That would be on page
page
6.
On 283, fire chief position, singular. And on 287, we agreed to remove that. I believe it is removed on following reports. Just wanted to note that during that meeting, we agreed to remove it.
So maybe just after that, just say BOS decided to remove.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay. I'll move that we accept the December 4th, 2023 meeting minutes as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yeah, that's as far as I got
Oh.
in my minutes review.
Okay.
Not that it needs to hold everybody up, but.
Anybody get through them all?
No.
Okay. All right, so we don't want to table
I did get
next,
through 12, 11, but if no one else did.
okay. We want to table next 3, I take it then? 11, 20,
Yes, please.
11, 18, and 27? Okay. Well, that wasted all 5 minutes.
I did write down a few things we could talk about.
Oh,
before
lovely.
7 PM.
As far as,
Just,
in general?
yeah, things not to lose sight of.
Oh, okay.
Nothing new, really.
Yeah, yeah, all right.
We had talked about February reviewing sealed minutes,
Yep.
so just try and nail that down on the calendar if we can. So we don't slip into February and suddenly it's already packed up.
What was that, Salem?
We had talked about reviewing the sealed minutes
Oh, yeah.
of 2023, or like this last term,
Yeah.
in February. So just how are we gonna,
Mhm.
like, can we pick a date for that?
I thought we had
Can we?
February 26th as well.
Even better.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's in stone. There you go, yeah.
okay. And then how are we gonna move forward? We talked about RFPs for town council, engineer, and I think a couple of other things, on January 1st, and it's now, of course, the 15th, a couple of weeks later. So how are we gonna move forward on those? It's gonna involve writing RFPs, all that. Like,
I don't know how I guess we would want to see, I'm sure we've bid those, a couple of those before, we probably want to see what we have on file. Obviously, it's been a long time, so they could be dated, obviously, but,
It was for legal, and what else did you say?
At least engineer.
Oh, the
I thought
town
we had-
engineer?
Yeah, I thought we had,
yeah,
'cause we had that list
Yeah,
of things that had expired, like contracts that had expired.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's right in there.
yeah, and I think lawns is next year, and there's
Yep.
a couple others that really come to point next year, too.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay,
We extend forestry for 1 year,
Yep.
but that's next
right,
year.
exactly, yeah. Okay, so that was the expiring contracts.
Yeah, and if the
There's
next,
probably an old engineering one around, but I don't know that we've ever put legal out. So for 24, you have IT, custodial, lawn care, dispatch.
and those are ending sometime in the year or at the end of this year?
And you have hauling, hauling your metal, trash, paper,
They all end
Yeah.
in calendar year 24, right?
24.
Just,
There you go.
but sometime, like, spread throughout the year?
I know the lawn care is done in November, it expires of November of 24. The other ones, I don't remember, the hauling is probably year-end.
Yeah, I remember that being year-end-ish.
The other ones, custodial, I believe, is the same as the dispatch, the same as lawn care. IT, I believe, runs till the end of the year, so I think they're all at the end of the
So
year.
what else is in that bucket with town council and engineer?
So I have IT, custodial, lawn care,
But-
police
But
dispatch.
those are, you said that those are the ones expiring sometime in '24.
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever,
But there are some that either have never been put out or have already expired.
correct. Oh, the ones that already expired is uniforms for police, highway, transfer station. Legal isn't on this list because we've never put it out to bid.
Okay.
So basically the overdues are uniforms and
Highways this
legal.
year.
What's that?
Highways this year.
Okay,
There was some confusion.
There was confusion.
all right, so it's 24.
Yep.
So that'd be highway DPW, right?
Highway transfer,
Right.
yeah, and then there's a police cruiser upfit for 23, there's a library roof repair, which we already did. And then the ambulance purchase runs 23, 24, because we're still waiting.
Well, usually our next step is, if you can, if you get Naomi to do the listserv.
I think that would be a good start, if there's a, at least get some of the ideas.
Yeah. For those.
I'm sure that there's gotta be one at least out there for legal counsel, one or 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then we'll have our old engineer one, and same question.
right.
What are other towns looking at?
Yeah, it ain't gonna hurt, that's for sure.
And then I wrote down that we should let people know that our building inspector put in his resignation,
Yep.
just so nobody's blindsided by that. And we're looking at, how to move forward there. And then I wrote, what are we doing about, and didn't finish the sentence, so.
Oh, there you go. Let's fall asleep.
On the building inspector, I do know that we have I think you call it mutual aid for Goffstown, I believe.
Yep, I've sent out an email, but I don't know who was working today and who wasn't, and I never got a reply.
All right, before we actually pull the go on that, I'd like to talk about it as a board, assuming they say yes, come back and talk about it,
As far as,
using them.
like, you don't wanna use them?
No, I
or-
just want to talk about maybe some things,
Oh,
from the standpoint
some like
of.
ground rules almost?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But now, I'm just gonna say, the next time you meet will be after the building inspector's left.
Right,
So what are we gonna do for next week?
right.
So the building inspector leaves at noon time on Friday. We don't meet again till Monday. So I can direct him not to schedule anything for Monday, but Monday would have been a normal day.
I would say probably don't schedule anything.
Okay, I just want
I would
everybody to
think.
know.
Well, unless, Naomi, you may hear back from them.
I can, but if you wanna talk
Yeah,
about it,
I-
I don't have any.
Oh.
Janice wants to talk about it.
Specifically, what I want to talk about is, when are we going to talk about the building permits and the stamped plans? I would like to have that
Yeah,
done before we get somebody else in or re-in and provide immediate direction on what we're gonna do. So that's my
Talk about it for
concern.
15 minutes.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing else. Was that
There
the
was
last thing you had?
individual-
That's all here.
individuals last week here for that were told it was gonna be, obviously it's misinformation, but, so if we have time to talk about it, it would be.
Yeah, not putting it on
Sorry,
the
say again.
agenda, May.
Last week, a couple people were here because they were told somewhere in
Sure.
the
Right.
office that they were gonna be talking about that. Of course, we didn't know what we were gonna be talking about. We
I'm
didn't.
with you.
What you can do is I can pull Monday, you can talk about it Monday and put it on your agenda. That's fair to everybody,
Yeah.
I
right?
think that would be great.
And Monday's a regular meeting.
It's a regular
Regular
meeting.
meeting, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just cancel the Mondays and we'll put it to bed Monday.
and I think we heard back from council on that too, didn't we?
You heard back from everybody?
We did,
Okay.
yep. Yeah, so we can bring that into the table too. Well, that was a quick 15 minutes.
Yeah, I guess I've got another one.
Jason, we can talk about the River Road Bridge.
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Come on up. It's much more pressing, I'm sure.
I just don't want it to get forgotten about. We got our responses back. We need to go through them and get a company.
This is
That we wanna
the
work with.
firm that's actually gonna replace the entire thing, right?
Yeah, the
We got-
It's gonna be the lead person, yes.
Okay.
Wow.
We got 7 RFQs.
Well,
Now, according to the state, sorry, Jay,
No, that's fine.
according to the state, you can, you guys have that final decision. So the suggestion was possibly a 5-person subgroup, which consists of Jason, myself, a selectman, 1, and 2 residents.
okay.
Then you're gonna bring forward, and then you guys are gonna have to interview the top 2,
2 or 3.
2 or
whatever.
3. But the packets are this, each one
Oh, I'm
is this,
sure
and
it's-
it's
it's-
pretty,
yeah.
so.
It's thick.
So, we have them all upstairs, we open them on Friday, so we just don't know what our next step is.
Okay.
So we need a selectman, and the suggestion was a group of 5, but you can't have all of you take all 7 and then.
Right, Makes
It would be a
sense.
recommendation to interview 3 out of the 7.
Top 3, yeah.
Yeah.
From that subcommittee. And that's kind of the state that's recommending this, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty standard process for everybody that goes through this.
Okay. But the whole making up that subcommittee is kind of a state recommendation.
They recommended just having some residents.
Subcommittee to go
One,
to.
one selectman and, like Jason and I, because
Okay.
we did the LPA training.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and these, through the LPA training, there's a bunch of questions to ask and
Yeah.
all
Okay.
that preliminary
Just standard
stuff,
questions
so.
to ask them when they come in to interview.
Well, that's good. Yeah, okay. All right.
So how do we fill the 2 outside?
That's a good question. I don't know how you.
That's kind of what I think he's asking.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of gonna want somebody that knows a thing or two if possible.
Well, there's somebody in town that has somebody that has an engineering degree or something, that might be, look at it differently.
Good.
What's your time frame?
The
Wow.
longer we wait, the longer they have to
Yeah,
wait.
I mean,
Right,
the
which-
state money is available, so the faster we get it done, the faster we
We're
can-
committed, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's sitting there.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. And there's hands.
She
on-
assured
on
us it was sitting there, ready to go.
Okay, so,
Yeah, we just really wanted some direction on what you guys wanted to do, if you wanted to form a subcommittee or,
right. Well, I don't think it's a
However you
bad
guys-
idea.
I mean, I feel like it'd be good to narrow it down and then you guys can do the last.
Yeah, if it was,
final
if,
touch on it.
if it was only 3, I'd probably just say bring them all in, but we're at 7, that's.
7.
That's a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Well, I would suggest maybe we ask the public if we have any structural civil engineers that would want to
Yeah.
participate.
I mean, what
Volunteer.
what we talking, a couple, probably 2, 3 meetings of that subcommittee?
Yeah, I mean, what they're gonna do is they're gonna take each one from each committee and read through that binder.
Right, exactly.
It's gonna take some time.
Some time,
It,
yeah.
it's probably a good 6 to 10 hours, I would guess. to
I
read
would
through
assume,
all
yeah.
that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
And I would like to get them to them and then let them read them and before we convene, because that's just a waste of time if you don't.
Right.
Yep.
Maybe this is something that we can put on the, and on the, not so much the website, but the Facebook page of the PD and just soliciting.
Do what?
Put it on the PD Facebook page, like they've helped us in the past, and put it on ours, yours, and just,
Yeah, and given the deadline, if we don't hear anybody come forward, then like, okay, it was
yeah, I'm
nice,
not,
but-
I'm not saying leave it open for a month. I'm
Don't-
saying
yeah.
leave it open for
Couple
a
weeks.
week, maybe week and a half, and then at the next convened meeting, say, all right, this is what we had for interest, and kind of select, you know, the board can select who they want as the 2
Yeah,
members
you're
of
looking
the
for 2
public.
residents.
Right, the 2
And
residents.
then you guys have to pick who wants to sit
Yeah.
on it, you guys.
Not it. So,
Yeah, do we have anybody with like really pertinent experience?
see how we all turn?
Yeah, I'll sit on it.
Okay.
I'll be
Alright.
glad to help you if you need assistance.
Okay.
Well, we're down to 2 then.
I mean, he's your primary, but if he needs
Yeah.
me to go for stuff for him, I'll be glad to do that, or
Thank you.
if you wanna task me with anything, I'd be glad to help.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
perfect. All right, so I guess let's go with that. I guess what's the timeline? Want to go do this week, and then see if we got anything back at the end of the week?
Check it in a week, and if you don't have anything.
Talk about it next
send-
Monday?
Talk about it next Monday. If there was 0 interest, run it another week. I think that's gonna be the quickest target we're gonna be able to make.
Yeah, or if there's 0, then we can decide next Monday, like, we've got enough.
Right, exactly, and we can just hand ask, I'll say.
Yeah.
So,
Perfect,
that seemed to work.
works with me.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Do you have any update on the
Inspection?
current load?
Jacobs is putting together a proposal.
So it's been seen. He's looked at it?
He hasn't come out and inspected it yet.
Okay.
Trying to do all the paperwork and get that going. I'm hoping to hear from him this week.
Okay,
If I don't hear from him by Wednesday, I'm gonna
give him a call.
give him a call.
Okay, that works. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Want to talk about next Monday night? Set the agenda?
Sure.
We can do that, kind of what we want on it. Give her a note.
No, it's a regular meeting.
Yep,
So
no, I understand that, but
so
we've,
you'll have your regular standard things on there.
yep.
What else you wanna put on?
So we were talking about the building inspector conversation.
So that's your stamped plans?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
And then I think it was to the entire board, maybe it was just to me, we'll find out here in a second and a half.
A request to meet,
Yes, it was
towing
to
company?
everybody.
That was
Yep,
from
Yeah.
the towing
Yeah.
company.
yep,
you wanna do that too?
yeah, we
Okay.
can try that,
Are we going to ask Chief Moore to attend that as well?
absolutely,
Okay.
I think we should.
Now with tonight, what's your plan after tonight? Tonight you're gonna hold your public hearing?
Well, I think that would be, the next thing would be to rehash
Okay.
the public input.
I'd
and-
like to think that we could maybe finalize for the mere fact that
Yeah.
it still has to go to DRA and it still has to go to legal before you post it on the 29th. Because if you're gonna wait till the 29th to put something on, you run the risk of going to deliberative session a few days later with something that's disallowed or something that's illegal, so.
Right, right, and if we don't do it next week, I mean, it only leaves 4 days for legal and DRA to look at
Well,
it.
they're not leaving the finance the opportunity to do their
Oh.
review either before they come to deliberative session on Saturday the 3rd.
Okay,
So I'd like to wrap it up. I mean, we're not gonna spend 6 hours tonight, I hope.
Me too.
And then we can, we can go through all the comments and if we get time, we have time, but
right,
6
Okay.
hours is.
yeah, a lot.
Just to let you know too, I did put the video up. The cable committee only runs a maximum of 5 hours. So live stream shows black for 5 hours and 50 minutes. The live video that I put up on from their video, it's in the video section's only 4 hours and something. So it's cut out an hour's worth of your meeting. So
But
Well, that's
the
good to
audio
know.
portion is there.
I left the audio alone, it's a black screen.
Right,
So you
but they can
Of-
at least hear
put your
the last
earbuds
hour.
in and go for it.
But up to midnight, right? Only up to midnight?
No, the live is the whole 5
Oh, the
hours
whole-
and 50
okay,
minutes. It's
alright.
the one that you wanna watch live is not,
Okay, all right.
because I could only grab theirs and it's only 5 hours.
Well, I think that just proves we need to shorten our meeting time.
Just saying.
So, all right,
For the towing thing, my understanding is that they want to come for the, just like somebody else being invited, should that company be invited? Did I understand the email
I
right?
thought, I understood the email, it's just it was the chief and the tow company. That's what I understood it, maybe I
I
misunderstood
understood
it.
they were unhappy with the other company that was invited.
Oh, I'll reread it. If that's the case, then I think they should be invited, absolutely.
I'm not read it right.
Yeah, yeah, I
If
mean.
that's the case,
If that's the
if
case, I
not,
think they
then
should be
never mind
invited,
what I
yeah.
said.
So who's gonna make that determination?
I'll
Ricky.
reread, yeah, I can reread it, yeah, and I'll just reach out to Naomi and say, can you contact Paul? Yeah. Yeah, I just interpreted it the other, I guess the other way,
Yeah,
but
I might have read it
that's,
too quick, so that's fine.
no, it's fine. Some of that stuff was pretty old too, there was some
Yes, well-
older emails in there, yeah, so.
Yeah, they gave you the backstory. I
Yeah.
was like 20, I've read this.
Yeah, that's what I
before.
was reading, that was the 2020, that's why I was a little confused, and I kept having to hit the, of course, on the mobile app, I had to keep dropping down.
And I ain't had a lot of time to read thoroughly this week, so.
Okay, so this is the, closer. Anything else pressing?
No, just for, everybody knows how much I like your Facebook, not at all, but, anybody that inquired about, the winter sand Jay put out, it was the winter sand that was the cheapest bid, not loan, and
Had some grit to it?
winter sand is used to give everybody traction when it's slippery out, and that's it, doesn't need to be a special spec, you're not putting in septic systems or building spec roads out of it, so. It's perfectly fine used in your driveway. I did attend the timber showing at the Phelps Farm Forest, just as nobody really. Could've been a potential bidder, I'm not gonna. But I just wanted to say I've never been to a town showing, to be honest. Just trailed along the back, that's all.
Was there many people there then?
There was quite a few loggers there, yeah. A couple of the foresters that were there on behalf of loggers, and it was explained very well, I thought. was asked if I had any input, and I said I'm not there to represent the town, but if I had any suggestions, that whoever got the bid wanna make sure that they did a neat job. It's such a high traffic area by the public, so.
Right.
I have a question.
Yes.
We got an email about meet the candidates.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I don't have any problem with it.
I just want to just say that it's nice to pick a night that we're not here, but we're not holding it here.
No, it should
So
be,
Meet the Candidates was proposed to be held Tuesday, February 27th. That's school vacation week, and typically we aren't allowed in the school because that's when they do some of their stuff.
often, yeah.
So, I just wanted everybody to know, I mean, it's not a meeting night per se, but
Okay.
last year we did it the week after vacation, and I try to do it closer to, because you won't even have you won't have any of your mailers, you won't have anything by then.
So we want to push it off?
I was gonna
Re-
suggest
request
pushing
push
it off a week, because we haven't even talked about it.
Yeah.
But if you push it off a week and you look at the calendar, you have that first week in March, March 4th through the 8th, and then the voting is the 12th.
Probably wouldn't be a bad, horrible thing. That 1 week, I don't think it's gonna. Probably keep,
I mean, if you guys got your heart set on February 27th, I'm just gonna tell you right now, that's school vacation week.
yeah, which, again, if it's gonna be hard to get in the cafeteria, that's not good.
Yeah.
I think that was a really good, I think it's a good, setting.
Place to- yeah.
Yeah, for what we do there.
So if you want me to call the school and see what's available the week of March 4th through the 8th, I can do that.
I don't see why
You
not.
said which day is the election?
The 12th.
12. It's a week before,
yeah.
kind of fresh in everyone's mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
What time is better for everybody else?
Hasn't it always been held like 7 o'clock?
7, I think.
I think it's 7.
Yeah, I think it was
Sounds
7.
Yeah, and I think it's usually scheduled for like an hour and a half, I
Okay.
think.
I think that's what it was scheduled for, yeah.
Like I say, I said scheduled,
Well,
I didn't
just-
say it turned out
we
to
don't
be.
know.
There are gonna be,
Yeah.
with 3 seats, there are gonna be so many candidates.
Well, we hope,
So I'd give it,
a couple hours probably at least. And anticipate
or at
more.
least consider how to split that up, because I know 2 years ago, it was everybody at the same time. It was the 2 candidates for selectmen, it was,
I remember that,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
They did
everybody
the
at one
school.
long table.
Yeah.
Right.
And then last year, it was just candidates for selectmen, because there were 7 of them, and
Then we swapped with ethics. We swapped places
No,
in
so I
ethics
thought they did
committee.
each-
And then
each
we actually
position.
swapped and let the school board do it.
and they did their own thing, yeah.
Right.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know that we need to solve that right now, but it may be worth considering whoever's having that discussion behind the scenes. I would guess we're gonna have more than 7 candidates this year, 3 seats.
Hoping so.
Seven o'clock.
All right. Looks like the gang's all here. Gonna open the public hearing, 7 o'clock, to hear public testimony and comment on the 2024 overall proposed town budget, including all separate special and petition warrant articles, as well as disclosure of the default budget. So, Beth,
I'll start. Does everyone have a copy of the workbook?
yeah,
Okay, in the workbook, it starts off by reviewing our revenues, the ones that we estimated for '23, the ones we received for '23, and the ones that we're estimating for '24. It goes into detail on how important our revenues are, how they offset the taxes. There's a lot of reading in it, so you don't have to. On page 4 is the summary of our default budget. And regarding this, I did talk to town council regarding those 3 items. The fire department stipend for the officers,
The
the
overtime.
overtime, and the New Hampshire retirement system for the emergency management director. And she agreed that all the calculations are correct.
and they
They
should be
should be in the
represented on there.
default budget.
Okay.
So that brings our 2024 default budget to $8,240,774. We're subtracting our estimated revenues of $4,094,900, so we need to raise by taxation $4,145,874. This is on page 4. And then on page 6 is the summary of the proposed budget. What was presented to the Board of Selectmen, and they made some minor changes last week. The final number came to $8,574,144. We less the estimated revenues, so the estimated amount of taxes to be raised is $4,479,244. The following pages just show you where the increases are. The driving accounts for non-discretionary, payroll, contracts, and discretionary. You can see by the chart that what's driven the increase is non-discretionary items. And the number one thing is our insurances. Our property liability insurance, our workers' comp insurance, and our unemployment insurance. That went up a total of $115,659. And then the rest of the pages, justification for each department, why there's an increase. The detail, line by line. And that is page 10 through 20. You've seen it before, and before, and before. And then on the last page, I just did a chart of all the warrant articles that you'll be reviewing tonight, and their tax impact, and how they all add up. So I guess we'll go to, that is the operating budget. Was there any discussion on the operating budget warrant article?
By the board? Any questions, comments, concerns? Again, Beth, thank you for this, this packet. This is awesome, as always. It really lays it out exactly how it is.
And again,
Takes a lot of the questions
It's just the
out.
operating, yep.
Yeah, it takes all the questions out, that's for sure. There's still plenty of questions, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, trying to give you as much
But this
information as we
definitely
can.
assists, I'll say.
So everybody that doesn't have one, the entire increase over default, so $333,370, right?
Correct.
Which half of that's insurance, so. All the other departments, I don't believe that's too bad.
Represents 4.05%. But again, half of that is eaten up just by insurances almost.
Yes, it
Not
is.
quite, but almost. All right. Board have any questions? No? No? All right. Well, thank you.
Warrant article number 8.
We will open up the, again, and the board can override me if they want, but I think I would like to try and do it article by article.
Yes.
And once we get done with the article, we put it to bed and move on to the next one. Does that sound reasonable to the board?
I agree.
In terms of public comment or total
Yeah,
decision?
no, the public comment, obviously we'll have next week to
Okay.
make more
Just wanna
decisions.
Make sure I understood.
Yeah,
Thank
make
you.
more decisions next week. Next week will definitely be the final stamp. But at least the discussion, et cetera. I don't prefer not to bounce around.
Me too.
So, that seem reasonable? Okay.
Very.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, we will hear any public comment on it. The budget, article number 7. Tom?
Name and address.
What's that? Oh, yeah, name and address when you get up to the podium, please.
Thomas Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road.
Thank you.
Just suggestion to take a look at the fuel prices again, because it was October 9th when you determined that at $4 for gasoline and $5 for diesel. And the price at the pump has changed since then. For example, did some Googling on it, and January 2nd, the price of a gallon of gas at the pump was averaged at $3.09 in the state. And then if you figure your gas tax is over 40 cents, 40.5 cents, So if you were to compare apples to apples, you're talking about probably a bid price that you might be able to get for as low as $2.69 a gallon. And again, I don't have the background you do on this, but, you know, that's compared to $4, which you included in the budget. And for diesel, the price at the pump is averaging $4.17, and the tax on that, which is included in the pump price, is 46.5 cents per gallon. So again, there's quite a differentiation there. So I think it would be worth another look, that's all.
Okay,
Okay?
understood. Thank you. Anybody else for Article 7? Lori?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. Do I need to say anything else?
Nope. Now it's your comment.
I've been looking at all the budgets, and as a resident, we are going into a recession. And if you haven't noticed it, you should. Building is off. During COVID, there were people who worked but did not get raises, but our town people got raises. Businesses are not giving raises, and close to a quarter of our people here in this town that pay taxes are on a fixed income. Cost of living, Social Security was 3.2 this year. And I've said this to the schools, and I'm saying this to you. I would like to see you all go back and look at these things, because I'm seeing raises into people that are 4 and 5%. You've just taken out the people that are on fixed incomes. They're going to have to do without. And that's not right, because they are the people that pay the taxes in this town, and we all need them. So I'm asking you to go back, study this, think about it, because those people will have to sell their homes, decide how much they're going to heat their homes, whether they can eat, and whether they're going to be able to use electricity. That's crucial, and it's wrong.
I had one thing that I left out.
Yeah, as long as nobody else wants to comment.
Can you get up to the microphone?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to emphasize that I was speaking for myself,
Oh, okay.
not for the finance committee,
Okay.
in that comment that I made.
Thank you.
Lori, I'm assuming same for you?
Yeah, I didn't say finance committee.
No, I know, okay, thank you.
When I'm that, you'll know it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else for Article 6? Frank?
Right, Campana, Quaker Street, 322 Quaker Street. You can stop me if you think I'm going off track a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm going to back up, comparing this year's budget, which I didn't have too much of a chance to digest over the last few meetings. But I look back to last year's budget and wonder about the current that you're proposing. Last year's, well, actually, I better not say that one. You ended up the year with a $512,000, over $512,000 surplus, almost $513,000. I know there are reasons why, and I understand the reasons why, because there's the same reasons why, because when you had default budgets, all right, missing personnel. I get that. Year-end expenditures that you folks authorized was a little better than $67,000, $67,777. That left a balance of $445,089 that went into the unassigned fund balance, which I understand it's low, all right? I get that. But let me say this. You did not put any money forth. Again, reasons are understood why, but you did not put any money forth to reduce the taxes. So as you present this budget here, I think probably, I don't know how people are warned, but the handwriting that's be on the wall for this budget come by the end of the year.
Tom?
Hi, Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. I just have a question, clarification. Insurances are a big driver. Are the insurances locked in now, or are they estimates? Could they change?
I believe they could change, but they're pretty close. Oh, they're locked? Okay, never mind, they're locked.
Okay.
My
I asked
bad.
because the schools aren't, so.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
these
you.
are locked, thank you. Anybody else for Article 7? Okay, maybe no, we'll move on. To Article 8, which is the collective bargaining unit between the town and the police department, the New England Police Benevolent Association. It's a 3-year collective bargaining agreement, tentative agreement, and these numbers represent 5% per year. Not wrong in saying that, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's my only question, that's what I thought, but this wasn't worded that way.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to see that reflected in the language
okay.
of the actual warrant.
I'm just looking where it would be, that's all.
If it's
Typically, you put
the
it in
yearly
as your
increase,
purpose.
like show the dollar amount and then 5%, 5%, 5%.
Yeah, usually we put it in the mailer and then the purpose underneath. I'm not saying we can't, but yeah, usually we just put it in that purpose underneath the mailer we send
You
out.
could, are you asking to put 5% next to each number?
Yeah.
Like,
Or anywhere in that
yeah, that's fine.
law, but
Yeah.
We could do that.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
I was thinking like, there, just 5%, 5%, 5%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Lori,
It's
You-
a question.
still gonna be heard by the, that's right, the viewing
Lori
masses.
Davis, Buxton School Road. On these collective bargaining agreement, did we just negotiate on salary? Did we do anything to look at benefits and start bringing those down? Was there any negotiating, any wiggle on that, or did we just?
I'm gonna defer to our,
I can't recall that off the top of my head. Let me see if I
We
can
did
find it
not.
for you. You can?
We did not. We did, yeah, I was gonna say
So we
we
did a
did.
handful of things, not necessarily benefits.
Well, no, it's, we talked about leaves, which personal time.
Yep.
We talked about insurance, but that was for dental and short-term, long-term, which we said we would offer it only if and when it becomes offered to everyone. Uniform and clothes allowance was another piece of it. Education incentive was another part of it, depending on your associate's, bachelor's, or master's. And then wages. That was basically it. So we didn't
The
talk
reason
about.
I bring this up is I was a broker, so I know all about insurance. And I know what they pay in the public sector. People's benefits are being cut right and left. And if people want more money, they generally lose on the benefit side because companies can't do that. And I am concerned that we're not adjusting appropriately on the town side.
thank you. Anybody else? Tom?
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road, again, speaking for myself. I am kind of a news junkie in that I read newspapers a lot and watch the news regularly, and there's shortage of police officers. It's hard for departments within the state and within the neighboring states to fill their slots. So I think, right now, I think we, if I'm correct, we finally hit the point where we're at full staff. I may be wrong on that.
No, you are
but
correct.
Pretty sure we are.
You are correct.
And we need to hold on to the ones we have because there's not a lot out there for people knocking on the door to get into police work. So that's all.
Thank you. Right? Yep, you.
Frank Campana again. You're presuming, right?
No, I saw you kinda nodding up, so I knew as you were coming.
I think it was the last meeting when you had a draft in front of you. The question was asked on several articles, what percentage increase that might be. It was a little bit in flux. I could understand it was hard to come up with with a firm percentage because people are different. But that, I did not write that down at the time. I don't know if it's because you did not
I can
agree.
answer that. For the police one?
Yes.
Last week, it had not been formally accepted, so we were kind of cagey about discussing it.
Okay, all right.
But they have accepted, is my understanding.
Okay.
So we can lock in and say it was, the agreement that both sides came to is 5%, 5. So
Okay,
3 years at 5% each.
okay.
But that's why we didn't get
That's
into it
why,
last week.
right, and I didn't understand why, but that's okay. Not a quick, a trick question, but, and it may not, be may have to, with your approval, come back to this article. Can you give me the full cumulative amount at the end of 3 years?
I'm sure
Yep.
we can.
Maybe you can
Probably
confirm
pretty
what
simple.
I have. Hopefully-
397, 788.
Okay, well, that's not what I have, so I guess I'll have to
Is that,
wait.
that's the
That's
total
cumulative,
for,
I had,
3 years.
I had
Wait.
459 and some change.
Okay.
369.
So I really need to be in agreement one way or the other.
okay.
So I'm wrong.
Can
then, right?
respectfully disagree, but
But-
What was the number, Naomi?
we have 397, 788.
Thank you.
And what that,
97, what?
397,
Yep,
788.
and that number is made how?
It
Just so we
takes your
can-
first year, and then the next year it adds the new plus, and then the next year it adds the new plus.
So it's the compounding of 3 years.
It's the increase over the life of the
Okay.
contract, yes.
So, 3 years at 65,000, 2 years at 66,000, and 1 year at 69,000, and that comes out to 397.
No. Well, it's actually 3 years at 65.
Yes,
Okay, is that what you said?
yes.
All right, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
okay, now I can't continue with that then.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Well, actually, I guess I can.
Okay.
So
Carry
somebody
on.
was quick at the math with me, even though I had the wrong number. That 397, 788, what does that, at the current net assessed valuation, what does that impact? What's the tax
On-
impact?
But you're taking 3 years over one net assessed evaluation, is that what you're asking?
I said, right, at the current,
Right, but
Yeah.
you're taking the 3 years cumulative, meaning to get you for 3 years.
that's right, yeah.
So it's apples and bananas, isn't it?
I mean, I know how to do it, but.
I'm
didn't-
just saying, but if you take the total of 3 years, the net assessed evaluation's not gonna remain the same for 3 years.
That's what I said, at the current, I just want to know what the current, obviously, well, you'd like to think the net assessed valuation is going to increase.
So if it gets voted in for 24, what's the,
Right, again,
Based on the net assessed evaluation that we're using for this year's numbers only, is 31 cents.
okay. All right, yeah, well, even though my number was wrong, I had 36 cents, so
Yeah.
so I was close.
Is a nickel.
But, and I didn't, I didn't have enough numbers in front of me to,
Sure,
I don't know how much the net assessed valuation increased this year from last year and, going on, so I wouldn't even.
So if
be
you're gonna
able to
do all
guess.
your math, the net assessed evaluation we're using is $1,291,351.
Right.
Okay.
But what would be the estimate of an increase? in
We
the
base on about a
net-
0.5% increase every year.
Okay, all right, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
anybody else for Article 8? Okay, we'll go on to Article 9. This is the,
Okay, but 9 and 10, you have to make your decision.
right, and that's,
Okay.
I think that's probably a decision that we have to make tonight, at least.
Which one you're gonna do?
Correct, which one we're gonna select. I guess.
Are you gonna include the highway in the raises, or are you not gonna?
Do we wanna bring Jay up to the podium and
Yeah,
discuss?
and maybe do a quick
Yep.
recap for the audience on why
Yeah.
that matters.
And how we got to A to B?
Okay. So Article 9 is non-union raises to include highway. Article 10 would be excluding highway.
Get it backwards?
Other way
Go
around.
backwards. Not is
Okay.
first, two
Oh,
included.
my fault, sorry.
Yeah.
The reason for that is Article 11, which would be a wage adjustment for the full-time highway department employees. A $3 step one increase. So, I guess we're gonna leave it up to you guys what you wanna,
Which would bring the first step up to what?
23 with the CDL.
Okay. So we're currently starting at 19?
20.
20.
20, okay. Excuse me,
20
sorry.
with CDL, 1950
20,
without.
yeah, okay.
And then we had some questions,
Nothing.
this was pretty late at night if I recall. We had some questions about no means no and mixing
Yeah.
these up.
Did we get weighed in on that?
Well, yeah, we used the same wording as the DPW did 4 years ago.
Yeah, but we asked the question if,
But you asked the question.
on the standalones.
No means no. That's not gonna change. No means no.
So,
So you're looking at two different things. 9 and 10 is
is the non-union wage,
well, 9 and 10 represents, let's call it a COLA if you want to. And then 11 is a wage adjustment. That's
Okay.
how it was worded when we did it the last time for $1. It was a wage adjustment, and they were
Okay.
included in the
I get it.
pool for
Right.
the cost of living.
so this is just the pool inclusion?
Right.
That's all this is?
So if the pool if the wage adjustment fails, they don't get the $3 an hour at the step one.
Right,
But if you throw them into your wage pool,
together,
they would get that percentage. But if you leave them out altogether
Yeah,
and
I
they get
think that
no,
was-
they get nothing.
that was our question, was the fact of if we put them in the pool and that passes, but the standalone fails.
They would still get the same chart that they're on,
Mm-hmm.
same steps, but it would be just the adjustment of the cost of living,
Okay.
which
That-
you guys used
that
at
answers my question.
5% like you did for the police.
Answers my question. That I thought we
And
had.
we're arguing that a wage adjustment is distinct from a raise.
That's right, and that's why in there it says a wage adjustment on 11, where the other ones talk about a 5% pay
Increase. Okay, so, all right.
And I can see there's a mistake of the purpose of, I see 5% is included in 9, but it would also be included in 10. It's not there right now.
Okay. So the number on 10 is not correct?
Just the add the 5%.
Add
No, the
5%.
numbers are correct. It's
Okay.
just the wording
Oh, okay.
is
I
not
gotcha.
identical.
Okay. All right, so I guess that would be the question, are we including the DPW in the non-union pay increase, or are we not, because of their standalone?
If they are included, that 5% to that same $20 guy represents $1, right?
Pretty close.
Okay. All right, so if both pass, it's
$4.
it's almost close to
$4.
4. Okay,
So you're still at 24 for
Okay.
step 1
all right,
with the CDL.
right.
Neighboring towns are hiring. Henniker's at 24. Deering is higher. They were kind of in the same pickle that we're in right now. They got their wages up a little bit quicker than we were able to, and they're fully staffed.
Do you know what they're paying?
They were paying upwards of 25, 26.
Okay. All right.
That's somebody with a couple years of experience, not step
Not a
one right
greenhorn.
out the gate, but, I know Henniker was trying to hire people at 24 and they were struggling.
You fully staffed down there?
Yeah, just as of, well, tomorrow. I was short for 2 weeks.
Okay. And I gotta ask, what's your number? Starting rate, CDL,
Just shy of 21.
just shy of 21? Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so there's the meat and potatoes of it. What are we thinking?
think we should hear from the public.
Yeah.
Get
Okay.
them to weigh in.
You're gonna
Alright.
put them together for now, though.
Yeah, so I guess what we'll hear is,
9, 10, 11.
I don't know if 11 should play into it.
I think,
Yeah, I
like,
would say discussion of 9 versus 10 at this
Right.
point.
I think it's a discussion of 9 versus 10. Knowing that 11's coming, but just the discussion in between. To include or not to include, knowing that there is a wage adjustment article behind it.
I just wouldn't want to shut somebody down if they're trying to compare and contrast 11 with the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if they're gonna do the math that you did, yeah, I don't see why not, but, or similar to anyways, so. All right, floor's open. If that was clear as mud.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I'm the mud.
Okay.
It's a mess. You've got 3 warrant articles, and we're not really good at 3 money warrant articles for multiple people. I think if you want to get something passed for the town, make that very clear. I don't disagree that they shouldn't be brought up, but I think you're gambling really bad if you do double loads on both sides. I think you're asking for the taxpayers to start cracking numbers, and it's not going to look pretty, and you don't want to tank somebody. I think we need to be a little more clear on why we need to bring them up on 11, but I think if you double load, you're asking for a big problem, and once that's done, we're going to have a worse time hiring. But I think we need to sell this in a much more positive way, be a lot more clear about it. But I would not go for 2 in one and then add that one. I think people are going to get a little snarky about it.
Neil?
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road, speaking for myself. I'm confused as to how much increases are actually going to be going to the highway department under any scenarios, because on page 16 of the budget, in line 403, and line 407, there are substantial increases of $30,000 and $15,000 that have to do with pay in some way.
You run those lines by us again?
Sorry, 404 and 407. 407 is called call bonus, and 404, sorry, is called call bonus, and 407 is called wages, truck drivers and operators. And so there's 45,000 there, and then I don't know how much is in each of these other articles that would go to highway. So I don't have an opinion on this. I'm just raising the issue that there's a lot of money floating around here, and it's very unclear how much is going under what circumstances to whom.
Okay.
And I hope you folks can clarify that. I'd also like to point out that as I calculate it, the proposed budget versus the current budget, in terms of taxes, not the total amount, but in terms of the tax increase, it's 10.5%. Your proposed budget is 400,000 tax dollars more than the amount we raised for taxes last year for the 2023 budget. That's a 10.7% increase.
Well, let me ask you, Neil, does that account for the warrant articles that went through and passed and got included in that article, and
No,
got
I
included
mean,
in the budget?
that includes all of those articles, so you'd have to subtract those out, you're right.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're apples to apples.
Some of that, the taxpayers voted for.
Okay,
but
in
some of it-
23.
In 23, and some of it they didn't.
Okay.
It'd be nice to separate that out so that we could actually see what the proposed tax increase of the budget is above and beyond the warrant articles of 2023. Thank you.
Bill Anderson, East Road. My only issue is, I think we need to keep this as clean as possible to the voters and not muddle it with these 3 articles. And I think the easiest way to do that is in Article 9, you're accounting for everybody except highway and supporting wages. And then if you left out Article 10, and you went to 11, then you say, and by the way, we're covering our highway people.
Here.
With article, this article here, which is a higher bump. It keeps it cleaner. Everybody non-highway and this one here, because if you muddle them together, people are gonna say, well, highway's getting this over here, that should be good enough. We're not gonna give them this one too, and then they don't get the bump that they need to hire people.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. So I got a question if you don't mind. So you're only hiring CDLBs
That's minimum.
That's minimum,
minimum? I was gonna say, you gotta haul equipment around somehow.
right.
So,
Or B with a pintle restriction.
right,
Or
exactly.
A with a pintle, excuse me.
Right. I think the public ought to be aware that, these guys aren't just driving a truck down the road, they're operating equipment. They're out when we're sleeping, so we can go to work. I would encourage you to do everything you can to get every dollar for these guys. Not many people want to do it. And from what I've seen, CDLAs, it's over $30 an hour just to drive a truck. Not plow the road, not run equipment. Equipment operators are 30, 35. Equipment operators in Massachusetts are 50 to 60. So if we want to go to work every day, we got to pay the ones that are essential, so, thanks.
Thank you, Brett. Anybody else? Tom?
John Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. I'd just like to echo what Bill Anderson said. I agree with that, you can't be confusing. Sometimes when we put articles on the warrant in the past where that people don't understand them, they'll just vote no. And so to me, it would make sense to leave out Article 10. If that's what your aim
Understood.
is.
Understood. Thank you.
Does the board take any comments or? Mayor?
Yeah, of course.
I know everybody here is in favor, so I just want to give a little bit of institutional knowledge, and Naomi probably remembers better than me, but there was 6 years in a row that I believe, that the cost of living raise got voted down in a row. And then when we finally got one for non-union employees, I believe it was a 3%, but they took 10% of health insurance. So people that had full family plan insurance, which I was one of them, actually took pretty significant cut in pay. So the increase that he's looking for in 11 is what those employees lost back then, 10, 15 years ago, not in today's wages. That $3 is, if you figure 3%, roughly 50 cents an hour for 6 years, that's just what they lost back then, never mind. So, I know everybody's gotten up, has been in favor, so I'm not scolding, I just wanted to give that little bit of, somebody that was here back then, give that little bit of knowledge, so.
I did, while I'm thinking of it, I did get an email. If we could pull our mics closer to our mouths, there was a lot of muttering, so. All right, anybody else want to comment? Neil?
One other thing to amplify what Bill said. If you include the highway folks with everybody else, and the article states, this is for a COLA, it will pass. And then if you state in Article 11, or whatever article you're going to use, that this is to make us comparable to other towns so that we can hire people, and you put that in the article, then it's clear what the purpose is and why, if the voters want to do that, they understand what they would have to do. But Bill's right. It's got to be clear. These articles are confusing because you don't understand why we're being asked to vote for Article 9 or 10 and then also for Article 11.
Understood. Thank you. Anybody else? Frank?
Frank Campana again. I'm trying to be courteous to the board and to the public. If I get my questions out today, that won't make the deliberative session very long.
Promise?
No, I won't promise. Just a little, I'm
We
not,
appreciate the goal, though.
Yeah,
the intention.
the intent, all right.
I'm not just debating pay raises, okay? But you know, the general public has to get pay raises also to keep up with insurances. And I don't know what the current insurance plans are, single, two-person, family, but I think they've always been like around $20,000. So that's a perk, you know, for the town employees. I don't get that, right, in, you know, my 3.2%. I get it deducted at the end of the year. But here's my point, the reason I got up. In May of 2023, there was a staffing reassignment proposal for Janice. You probably were not aware of it.
I am aware.
Okay.
Thank you.
The total of that disposable money was $23,839. $11,651 went to a 50-cent an hour pay raise for the highway folks. 50 cents is not a lot, I get it, but they got it, all right? Again, here's the extra money you had in the budget. In December of '23, last month, there was you folks authorized an on-call bonus of $5,700, a little bit more, for the period between November and April, winter months. Try to get people to come on board, stay on board. That total amount, I mean, I have the document here, on-call bonus, this was the year end of the year. The total was $63,250, all right? So it was $5,700 per person for those short months. The total, you found $63,000. And if you take the $5,750, again, it's not a lot of money, but divide it by 52 weeks, it's 110 bucks. You know, I'm not arguing. Somebody could say, oh, that's not much. You know, well, it's not much, but still, between the 50 cents and the 5,700, you found money to give raises. So they're starting whatever level that bumped these folks up to. That's where they're starting from, is with those couple of increases. Thanks.
So just a point of clarification, that bonus that we gave this year was definitely put in the books as a one-time thing.
Yes, it was.
Okay. It was very clear that we have the funding to do this. We're gonna make this attempt. This is a one-time. Do not expect it next year. We'll try, but don't expect it.
That's a good point, and I agree, it was a one-time.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right, so I guess the public has spoken. So what do we want to do? Include or not to include?
Well, I'd rather see them get the $3 an hour.
And I don't disagree the fact of keeping the waters as clean as possible and not muddying the articles if we can avoid it at all cost. And there's a lot of verbiage in these because it's including who's included, not included, et cetera. So, yeah, makes it difficult. It makes it difficult to read, and as, you know, a couple of them said that a lot of times confusion means a no, so.
And if this passes without them and theirs fails, everybody else gets 5%, they get nothing.
They get nothing, right,
Right.
right. So that would be a fatal blow as well.
Good question.
Mark, come on up. Just identify yourself, please.
Yep. Mark Work, Fire Department. I just wanted to know why the fire department wasn't included in these.
As far as the full-time fire department members?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Probably because of the standalone article, I would assume, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Is that, I guess, how do we come to that conclusion when we wrote them? Okay, all right. We can reconfigure it if the board wants to put fire department in there.
Yeah,
'Cause
I mean, I'm just.
It does say,
It says part-time.
It says
says the part-time.
Fire,
Yeah.
but not, I was under and when you guys get to me,
yep,
I will explain that more on my line.
yep,
Last week, I was under the assumption that I didn't realize that Article 9 and 10 were COLA raises and not just to try to get you up to where we're supposed to be.
okay.
Okay, so that's my mistake, and I apologize for that. But I was just reading this, and I'm like, why isn't the fire department in there? We're non-union, and you're giving the raises to everybody else in town, except for our people, so.
Okay.
Just a question.
Yep. Valid.
I'll be back up in a minute.
Well, could be a few minutes.
Well, could be.
All right. All right, so that would change the number if we did include them. But I think it follows suit with the DPW. I don't see why it wouldn't follow suit with them,
Follow suit with what?
as far as putting them in the
Put
non-union.
everybody in with a COLA and then the two
We'll call 9 and 10 the COLA, and we'll call the other ones the adjustment. Yeah, that if we're gonna put DPW in the COLA bucket, I don't see why we shouldn't put the fire department in the COLA bucket.
So would that mean they could each be simplified and?
Oh,
like what's that-
substantially.
Well, what I mean is they could be simplified to, for the purposes of 5% pay increases for non-union town employees, period. And then on the second one, for non-union town employees to exclude, Department of Public Works. Again, we're still gonna decide between these, but,
Oh, yeah, yeah, you can shorten it up.
I mean, am I capturing the actual correct summary?
I believe you are.
It was very short last year. It says town and library personnel, I believe.
And I don't wanna trim the part of the end about, 9 months, 12 months. I'm talking about the, like, first, 5 lines, 4.5.
So I have 2022's ballot, sample ballot. The other one I know is sitting next to my recliner on the floor. Article 4 was, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $62,377 to be used for raises for non-union town and library personnel. If approved, this addition will become a part of the annual budget. That's it. Real simple, real short. So. And the purpose actually is decent to read too. This article represents a 3% pay increase for all non-union, seasonal, part-time, and per diem, and full-time employees. 63% of this warrant article goes to your first responders. So, I'll keep that out just in case. So, I like how simple that is. It doesn't get much simpler than that.
No.
I mean, yes, the number is going to obviously go up from where Article 10's number is, because obviously the fire department's gonna get included, if that's the way the board wants to go. I mean, regardless, I think it still holds, and his article does say wage adjustment as well, so.
The two fire and
Yeah,
that says
and
wage
both say-
adjustment,
They both say wage
so
adjustment, so.
you either put everybody in and then everybody gets it, or,
I think that would clean it up.
I think that's the.
Yeah, I think that would,
I think put everybody in for the COLA and then let them
and it would simplify that
sell
article
their
substantially.
standalone article,
Okay, yeah.
in my own opinion.
Because that's what you did
Yeah.
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It was, you had your standalone and you were else in the bucket. So,
Right, because the point of the point of their articles, which was the point of mine, was to give the baseline salary increase,
right,
but they still should be included in the, in the so-called cost of living, if that's what we're calling it. You know, I mean, to be cut out, that kind of, it cuts a third of the,
employees out.
yeah, well, it cuts a third of the, intent of the, I don't know if it's really a third, but it cuts a portion of the intent of their article, you know?
Yeah.
So, I'm in favor I'm in favor of
Everybody being.
everybody being part of it, and then the two that have their own standalone, they can take that to the ballot.
Try and sell it, right?
So, yeah.
You good with that?
So we're talking about 10, including full-time fire, so,
And DPW.
What about
yeah,
the,
it already does, yeah.
That would be a standalone wage adjustment.
Do we know, Beth, can you tell us how much adding full-time fire would impact Article 10?
May have to give her a few minutes.
Yeah, we can,
Maybe we can go to the wage adjustment,
Do a
maybe go to
skit or
11, and
something.
maybe we'll, no.
I'm looking to see if I already have it done. It looks like they are in here. So I wanna say it's $98,190 for 9 months.
98 what?
190.
Yeah, correct.
And the 12-month would be?
I didn't figure that one.
Okay.
You can do that, yeah.
Probably 115.
1,200. It's close to 116.
Like I said, 115, 116, I'll just throw a number out there, it was close.
About 130.
Okay, we're both wrong.
So the 9-month number is 91?
98,
Okay, that's where the math went wrong.
yeah.
That's for everyone, not just fire, correct?
That's for,
No, I have
That's-
full-time DPW in here and I have full-time fire in here.
Okay.
okay,
But that's not just a fire
And
add-on.
then-
right.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Parks and
every
Rec, library.
non-union employee we
It'd be
have,
130 for everybody.
for a 12-month
For a
period.
12-month period.
Right, but for the 9-month, it would be 98.
But it
190.
includes everybody for 98.
Everybody's in the pool, right,
Everybody, except me, just to let you know
Right.
that.
contracted,
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
correct.
I'm not included.
right. But it does include the police chief. Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay.
Everybody knows that. It does include the police chief.
Right.
Okay. All right, so I think that we have all leaned to eliminate Article 9 as written and not go that route. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Okay.
9's off.
So 9's off.
Beth, can you tell us what the tax impact's gonna be now?
On which number?
98,000, it's 7 cents, or 8 cents if you round up.
Yep.
Okay. And Article 10 now includes the fire department, and it's gonna get simplified to be all non-union employees. They're gonna get, and it still represents overall 5%. So, with that said, that's what we all agreed to, I would believe.
Is there anybody else that excludes besides town administrator?
No.
Everybody's here now.
Except for the police, which are under
And
under
it
collective
says
bargaining.
that.
No,
Just
on the
wondering
other
Yeah.
if we should call that out.
I thought that, did the article not last time? On
No,
point
you
two?
can exclude me on your article, okay.
It just says, it
Like, I know
just
your
says,
contract's gonna supersede it anyway, but just to spell it out for everybody.
There's no increase.
it just says raises for non-union town and library personnel.
Yeah. In your purpose, you can exclude me.
Yeah, and the purpose in this one didn't say anything,
Right.
but that's where it was,
Okay.
so. Okay. All right, so do we want to reopen to comment about putting everybody in the bucket, 5%? I think we probably should now, we've
Okay.
decided the
Yeah,
direction.
yeah,
All right, Article 10, which includes fire, everybody that's non-union, excludes the town administrator and the police officers that are under the collective bargaining at a 5% raise. Numbers have been presented. Does anybody want to have comment on it?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I think you're bastically out of line on what you're asking for. 3.2% COLA and retirement. I think you are doing a huge disservice to the taxpayers of this town. Oops, I threw something on the floor.
Yeah. Yep.
do wanna mention, a couple of years ago, somewhere around the neighborhood at 9%, and I brought it up as a department head, and the board stuck to 3%. We stuck to 3%. Whether it's been 1% or 9% or 8% or 3%.
Okay.
And I think the overall agreement, at least what I brought up was reasonably with 5% is because that's what we came up with collective bargaining and thought it was only fair to treat non-union the same as union. Is that accurate amongst everybody else?
I believe that was the
That
discussion.
was why. I think there was some discussion about that, but it was not the only reason.
Right. So. All right. Anybody else discussion on 10 as amended to include? Frank? No? Yeah.
So Article 10 becomes Article 9, right?
We'll read it.
It will moving forward, but for tonight, I'm gonna keep referencing what was on the print. Yep. Okay. Anybody else?
Just a
Diane?
quick question. In the article, it says, for the purposes of, it's gonna say 5% pay increases for town employees not included in other warrant articles.
It's gonna-
Is that confusing, or is that gonna be removed?
Yeah, we'll have to clean that up.
It's gonna be
okay.
cleaned up,
All right.
yeah. It's
Just
gonna have to
like
be
putting them-
substantially cleaned
everybody
up.
listed there, I think we're gonna try to shorten it.
Yeah, we're probably just gonna say non-union, contracted,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
think
a-
we put that there because we weren't sure what we were doing yet.
Right, that's exactly why I put it there. So, anybody else? All right, move on to Article 11, which is the standalone wage adjustment, which represents, as DPW Director Fisk said, a $3 addition to each step, or for the step one position, or is it all steps?
$3 an hour base.
Base, okay. Base step raise. Neil?
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. A clarification, I think, is necessary. Will this be included in the base rate so that the 5% will apply to this? Or will this, or will the 5% not apply to this?
What goes in first, the 5% or the $3, right?
You guys need to decide that and make it clear
Because
one
I
way or
think,
another.
because the number that we have in 10, currently written, would be representative of the current schedule, step schedule.
Right.
And
So-
5% on top of that?
That's, I understand your question, that's why I'm trying,
So-
yeah.
At least my understanding, they go in the order that the articles are
Yeah.
put on the paper. So
believe-
if we leave it alone, then it would
Beth,
go.
what we did is we adjusted the 5% increase, and then the wage adjustment will be on top of.
Right,
Top.
because I think that's the cleanest way to do it anyways, because if the article gets defeated, you didn't put the 5% on top of the,
Exactly.
of what
Right.
wasn't there.
Right.
So you do the increase, the COLA, and then if it's a $3, you put it on top of it.
Yep, I think that's what I
Okay.
got.
Thank you, Neil. Anybody else?
Neil had mentioned, I'm sorry, Diana Dickinson, Dells Way, I don't even know if I said that last time. Neil had mentioned clarifying why this is needed. Is that something that you can add then to this article, explaining why we're asking the town people to do that? Because I think it's.
It would be in the purpose of the mailer.
Oh, it'll be in there, okay.
Yeah, it'd be in the
gotcha.
purpose of the mailer. This is 2 years old, but it'd be in the purpose.
You folks didn't clarify why it is that we have so much money in Article 11 as well as the $45,000 I mentioned in the budget. How does that all fit together?
All right. So the 45,000 that Neil is asking about, the 15, well, let's get to that page first. Let's see, I'll take a stab at it anyways. The on-call bonus, the $30,800, that was a proposed increase from 300, is that what it is? It's a $300 stipend that the plow drivers get to be on call for basically 6 months, which doesn't even equate to anything really, let's be real. It increases it to a stipend for $2,500 a person, which it will not compound with the $5,700 Mr. Campana was talking about. It'll be $2,500 standalone moving forward. There'll be proration and stuff. I mean, if somebody leaves halfway through the winter, they're not gonna get a $2,500 check, et cetera. Okay?
So what you're saying is that this is going to different people?
It's going to the same people that would be getting the $3 an hour adjustment. Am I correct in saying that?
But not getting
Yes.
the COLA.
No,
They would get the COLA if that article
All
goes
the
through.
same people.
All the same people.
And then the 15,000?
2,500. Oh, the 15,000. That one, it said the town office surplus. That was a 50-cent raise.
that was a
50 cent.
50-cent raise from before.
Right.
So if everything passes,
Mm-hmm.
could you tell us what these folks are getting now and what they would get if all of these articles pass?
We can get to you that, but I can tell you
We,
a general
we
statement,
aren't
not
gonna do that
enough.
tonight, I mean, we could do that, but you have to understand too, the $2,500 is to be on call and give up your life from April 15th and November 15th in case you have a little bit of snow.
Right.
They have to go out, sand, salt, plow, every single time, they
Or
give up
squall.
all, and Saturday, Sunday holidays. So it's different,
I understand
it's a
that.
stipend to be on
If
call.
that could be clarified, either in the Finance Committee's
Okay.
position
Yep.
or what you folks write, because right now, there are so many different pots from which money is coming for the same people, that it's, number one, confusing, and number two, not clear. And it needs to be made clear as to why we're going to do this and what the final outcome will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Noted. Noted, or do we want to discuss it?
Noted.
Anybody else? Where?
Lori Davis, Buxton School. I just want to make something clear. You're saying at least 3 different amounts of money are coming through here.
If
And
everything passes.
If everything passes. The taxpayers aren't getting that. But on top of that, I heard somebody say they would have to be on call. Part of people's jobs are to do specific duties. Everybody who works has a job and they have requirements. My husband's on call 24/7. So when somebody says to me they have to be on call for 6 months and they're getting paid for it, it's part of their job. And we have to remember, these are all jobs.
Burn Dickinson, Dellsway. To that point, I don't know of anyone making $20 an hour that's on call. I mean, they get their overtime. They're exempt from a lot of the rules of service that most CDL drivers are required to maintain. So, yeah, if they're not making 30+ an hour, we're not paying them enough.
Anybody else? Tom?
Excuse me, trying to clarify. This on-call has been an existing, it's not new to this budget, correct?
No, it's just, it's the amount's
an
changing.
increase.
Yeah, so, it's not, this year we're gonna give it on-call bonus.
Correct.
It's been consistent for a long time.
It's been $300 consistently.
Because it's actually, in the policy, so to speak, so it could be reprimanded for not being available.
Yeah.
And taken away.
And that has nothing
Prorated,
to
I
do
guess.
with bonus that existed just for this winter, that was to try to recruit people. That
Retain.
That actually ends at the end of April or
Correct,
whatever.
yeah. The 5,700 does, yes.
And we did that in lieu of the regular 300.
Correct, yeah, we didn't compound them. Yep. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to Article, again, as written, Article 12, Fire Department increases. Chief Hart?
Mark Ork, Fire Department. The 6% pay increase that we're asking for is to get our members more in line with the current salaries that are out there. Again, like all departments, we're just trying to keep the people we have We have a lot of money invested in the people, for the town. And I would hate to see them, that seems to be the thing to do these days, is to jump ship and go to somewhere else for the $3 an hour raise, or someone who's gonna give you a sign-on bonus at $10,000 or something like that. It's pretty, you know, for the younger people, it seems like, that don't have a lot of time in this, it's pretty hard to resist that going. So we're just trying to keep who we have. I do have, and my apologies, because when we talked the other night, I said 6% and was all in favor, and Chairman Hippler had emailed me, and just so you guys, here are the ones, and I just didn't give it to Beth, but this shows the proper 6%.
Okay.
Not the crazy numbers, because we were asked to sharpen our pencils, so
Thank you.
I did.
So these numbers represent the 6% across the board now?
6% for the initial bump.
Okay.
And then after that, it was just figured in at 3%.
Okay.
But that all depends on what happens every year with the budget.
Okay.
The steps were created, by Chief Vizina. Years, 3 years ago? And unfortunately, when they were made, they were made, and that was it. There was nothing in there, there was no procedure, policy, anything put forth on how people got a raise. So this year, we just started to do evaluations. So we have evaluations, but if you get a great evaluation, then where does that go? So, you know, I think we're gonna leave that up to whoever the next chief is, and we're gonna leave that up, I think, to whoever the next board is. And, cause that's a bigger problem than just myself or the chief are gonna be able to figure out. So, the figures moving forward again are 3%, but that's just as a placeholder, you know what I'm saying? It's not saying that they're gonna get that.
Okay.
Cause I don't know how you move ahead, I guess is my thing. There's no procedure on how you move ahead yet
Okay.
in that.
All right.
So that's more in line, Ricky, with
understood.
than the other one that we had.
Yep.
And again, my apologies, I didn't realize that the other article was just for a COLA raise. I thought that was for everyone going across the board, so.
Well, I appreciate the looking into it. I do.
But again, it's just and it's not a lot. Most employees ended up getting, it's around maybe $2, I think, $2 and change. But it's just helping it's again, helping retain the people who we have.
Yeah, they're all roughly 6. There's one that is only 3 that I noticed, and it was, again, it's
And it could be but it could be absolutely my error.
Yeah,
'cause
no,
I'm not
no,
great
and
at
that's,
Excel at all, so.
I believe it was for Rebecca. She's at about 3%.
Rebecca is actually no longer on there.
Okay.
That actually is, yeah, the bottom, she needs to be
Is that-
taken out,
is
that's
that
Caroline.
Caroline? Okay.
That's now Caroline.
So it's still 3% though?
3% because she already came in at a higher rate. I couldn't hire her at
There's the answer I
what?
needed.
So she was hired at a higher rate, so she's getting less of a increase compared to everybody else.
Okay, and maybe I missed it, but the steps back, you address that?
The steps going back, I decided, one thing I decided to do was, or proposed anyways, was to eliminate 3 of the steps on there. So you go now, it's just 1 to 7 instead
Oh,
of
okay.
1 to 10. And really, honestly, that was out of ease because steps 1 through 3 didn't even pertain anymore. They were down to $16 an hour, and there's no, like, there was, so just kind of chopped them right off and then started at step 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So,
Alright. Any other comments from the board?
I guess before we were talking 9-10, and they were excluding full-time,
Yep,
and now we are including full-time
yep.
at 5%, and this is to reflect 6%. So I guess my gut says eliminate 12. 6 is, give everybody 5.
Yeah.
well, if you're eliminating 12, you're giving people just my people just the cost of living, and that's it. You're not adjusting their wage.
Because this is a wage adjustment.
That's a wage adjustment,
Well,
is
then-
12.
Then it shouldn't be 6%, because we just added 5% to full-time.
Well, you added, right, but
You just did the same one article above.
you just did the same thing in Article 11, DPW, you were
Yeah.
given
Well, this-
$3
Once
to an
again-
hour.
But we knew that going in, we knew our options were, we're gonna include DPW or we're not, and we decided to. Now
I don't understand what you're saying.
maybe put a different way, given that we have included, which was not an option before we started talking about it just half an hour ago, we have included full-time fire.
How come you didn't include full-time fire? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, this was just put in front of us. So, given
Well,
that we had,
You had it.
I had it when we started talking about it, which is a whole other problem that I wanna talk about, but
Okay.
now
All
that
right.
full-time fire is at 5%, what do you propose the increase should be in Article 12?
In Article 12, the 6%.
So the DPW put a dollar.
A dollar amount versus.
Dollar attachment, right. So you just said that roughly these numbers are what, 250 roughly?
Yeah, they're between $2 and $2.75 for most people.
All right, so let's call it 250 is a rough number. Would, that would probably be more apt on here, rather than say 6%.
I mean,
say
if you guys want to put a dollar amount in there, then it's just hard because I'm not, unlike highway is adding it to their base, right? To their base thing. I'm not. I'm trying to add it to different employees that make all different kinds of money. So that's why it's very hard to really put a dollar amount. I guess you can average it out and put an average
Right,
dollar
and I
amount.
think that's what
in there.
Rick was after, was $2.50 and word it similar to what was above versus a percent and a percent
You
is
still,
gonna
you still
be
get to your
confusing.
number, it's just.
Right,
But
right.
yeah. But
So, I
it'd be
mean, if you want to put a dollar amount there, that's fine. I just.
Still just have to say an average of, though.
Yeah, it
or
would just have to be
average
called
of
an average.
250 or whatever.
To make the numbers, like you said, for the different qualifications and different steps.
But I'm all about simplifying things and making it easier for the public and trying to be as transparent as possible.
Well, 6% of $30 would be $1.80.
Which nobody's there, that I can see.
Right. So, I mean, just
And if
for
it's
example,
$25,
that's,
it'd be $1.50.
yeah. So, so if you average it out, probably 250 would be,
What,
probably if anything, it would be on the high side maybe.
Yeah, that'd be on the high side. 30s.
I was throwing a number to the wall, that's all I was doing. I didn't calculate any of it. If it's 225 or 217, whatever.
I just feel to be fair to the department members, you know, the town is, you know, doing the COLA increases. And, you know, we just, again, similar thing. People are leaving and losing people. And if I lose a person, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars to train someone new, to get gear for them that fits. I mean, it's just a lot of money.
So I understand your percentage problem, but is a dollar amount
I guess,
more pliable?
You know, well,
I don't know.
not really, because we had,
Okay, just
you know,
asking.
we had articles that did not include fire,
Mm-hmm.
and so then we had one just for them. I don't, you know,
That was gonna get him to the same finish line.
and then we moved them in here to say, let's make it cleaner, let's make,
Mm-hmm.
you know, give this better odds to pass, so well, we either need to have one similar to DPW that is looking for some small addition, or exclude it, because that's how it was coming in today. They were on
Right,
their own
I
island.
got you.
And now they're not, so why, like, I don't
I
know why
wasn't
we
on
would
any
discuss.
island before, because I wasn't
But I think it was
included.
forgotten.
I was
on
forgotten in the
COLA
other
if we
thing, so
were
I
gonna
wasn't even on the island that you're talking about.
No, you were, that's what I'm saying, you were not
Oh,
on
it
here, you
was.
were off on an island in Article 12.
Yeah, it was, because we had part-time in on Article 9, 10, and on Article 12, we had the full-time. So they were covered. And now we've put all the full-time into Article.
bucket.
But
Ten.
what you're, so you have Article 11 with the DPW increases, and you're saying that's the same as your Article 10?
No,
No.
I'm talking about fire. Full-time fire
Correct.
had Article 12. They were excluded from 9, 10. We've now added full-time fire into 9/10. So
Including
we've
the-
covered,
Correct?
80% of what you asked for already in 9, 10.
When we talked about the wage increase, we talked about a difference of COLA and wage adjustment, and
Correct.
I think Benji quoted or said something about the percentage pool pertains to everybody.
Right.
Because if you take them out of that pool and you have them stand here, everybody but them could get a COLA, and I think it was, COLA was one bucket, and the wage adjustment to increase the next part was a second step that they had to kind of sell on their own, as the wage adjustment part, because it's two different things.
Correct. It's two
And
different.
I think
two different
if we were gonna look at
things.
it that way, we forgot them the first time.
Correct.
We forgot them in the bucket of money, because we included everybody but them.
Which I thought was written very particularly to exclude them, because it was
Why?
very particular.
But
I
you
don't
have.
know, again,
It was
I
a
assume there's
mistake.
some
I mean,
amount of
everyone else in
communication
town
between the
is
department heads,
included
which is
except for the
apparently
fire
not happening.
department.
But I think a
I
mistake
feel
was
slighted.
admitted to. A mistake was that they weren't in there. They weren't included, it wasn't intentional. It was a mistake to, now we've included them as cost of living. DPW's got a wage adjustment, and they've got a wage adjustment. I think that's what we talked about way back when we talked about the pool being a wage adjustment, two wage adjustments and a cost of living bucket.
Correct. So that's what I'm asking for, I guess. And
I think a
can say
dollar
that-
amount per hour is easier.
Oh, yeah, I
Correct.
think it's
Correct,
very,
and if
it's
that's,
much more
and
pliable.
if that makes things cleaner, then average that out, and it's probably, it's probably closer to $2 than it is $2.50, but so we could figure that out. And I could tell you too that, like 90% of the fire department is people here in town. It's taxpayers in town, so. People who live in town, work in town, respond in town.
I guess aside from the percentage slash money for a moment, you shaded a box out in this,
That's group one, because we're no longer hiring anybody group one.
Okay.
And there's no more basics in group one. We had, Cody LeMay was a basic in group one, but he took CPAT and passed it, so he moved into group two. So there's no more, we can't hire group one, so. That's why that box is shaded. No one will ever be there again.
All right, so I guess we roll back to the money. That answers my question on that. Okay. I guess the board's right, wrong, or indifferent.
I'll get
What do
off
we wanna-
this podium here in case anyone.
Well, I'm all right with it. I understand Salem's question because it, and I guess I don't know why none of us asked the question before, but it was very specifically written,
Right. the-
part-time fire and rescue. It should just say fire and rescue.
That's not for getting somebody, that's excluded then.
No, it's, yeah, it's
Right.
good.
So, I
Neil?
don't know.
Neil Kirk, I'd just like to make sure that I understand this. When I looked at the printed form that you handed out, the warrant articles, there was a 6% increase for fire department people. The way the chief is talking now, that would be 11%, because you've added 5% under the cost of living article, and now you're talking about adding 6% under Article 12. So we've gone from 5% to 11%. Is that?
I believe you're understanding it correctly.
That's the
Thank you.
discussion, yes.
Tom?
I'll be very brief, because you've already talked through this, I think, but it makes more sense to have a dollar amount in this one, I think, because people are gonna get confused by the multiple percentages, whereas it's pretty clear cut with the highway department. You know, you get the percentage, which is the COLA, and then you have an adjustment because of the need to keep your department employees.
Right.
I think if you follow that same pattern here, you probably would have better luck of making the articles clear to the public.
Yeah, I'm all about clarity.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yep, Bill Anderson, East Road. I certainly understand the DPW department increase, the wage increase, because we've got vacancies. I don't know how many, maybe it's 5, maybe it's, whatever it is, 5 or 6. How many vacancies do we have in the full-time fire department right now?
One is going to be.
Going to be
In the next
current,
weeks.
okay, currently none, then. Okay. So that's where they would be getting they're currently staffed as of this moment, and they're getting a 5% COLA increase, although COLA is really 3.2, so they're getting a bump there. And I don't see the need for it we don't have people, we're not hemorrhaging people out of the fire department right now. Now, we might on the come, but right now, we aren't. So I don't know why we're raising 11% for where we don't have vacancies, unlike the highway department.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else speak to it? Frank?
Frank Campana. All the discussion of pay raises, I still hear nothing mentioned at all about what benefits that the taxpayers of the town provide the town employees. I don't care if it's insurance, I don't care if it's comp time, I don't care if it, well, maybe comp time might be a little different. Just sick days, family days, everything else. You know, that has to add up to something. And it probably has to add up to a fair amount, at least, in dollars. It's never mentioned.
Anybody else want to speak? Brent?
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. Do we know off the top of our head the cost per week for the insurance that they do receive as a town employee?
To the employee or to the town or combined?
Employee. Because some places, you know, people are paying $100 a week, some people are paying, you know, $800 a month. So if we're giving them benefits, they could be getting crap benefits that they're paying out, you know, a lot of money for. So, you know, okay, yeah, they get benefits. Are they good benefits? We don't know.
I guess is it 10% or is it 7%
No, you
on
have,
retirement?
no, you have, the employee pays 10% of the eligible package. And if your other half can provide us with proof of insurance, then you pay them $5,500 for the year not to take insurance.
All right, so the insurance, though, is 10%.
10% that
What-
the employee pays.
What about the retirement? Is that included in that?
No, the employee, no, it's different.
All right, so it's 10% of the premium.
Health insurance.
What is the premium? What's the
Depends on
town
what
pay?
package you
Depends on what package you
Depends on
get,
what-
family, single,
It's not apples to
couple,
apples.
yeah. And what is the retirement contribution?
And that's different levels too.
Right.
Police and fire are different than the other town employees.
All right, well, let's go back to, the Group 2 fire, since that's kind of what we're talking about.
Employer
Em-
portion?
Employee contribution,
I was gonna say, I know it's 7% for us.
okay. 7% for Group 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's gonna be probably 10 for you guys?
I'm not sure, I know.
11.8 is 12.
11.8.
We have a couple
yeah.
of employees who take the buyout,
Okay.
who
Yeah.
their spouses have
Yeah,
better
he was she was giving, retirement.
Right, so from the back, it was 11.8 for the Group 2, which is police and fire, which is the, huh? Oh,
Just fire.
Just fire, excuse me. Yeah, so that's 11.8 for a Group 2 contributing member, which is the CPAT qualified. The Group 1s are 7% from the employee. 10% of the
Health insurance.
health insurance premiums is paid by the employee. The town does not pay for dental. The town does not pay for short-term. The town does not pay for long-term. The town does not pay for vision. Is there a vision?
It's part of your health.
Part of the health insurance, all right, so
You
that's
can go
under
every
that
2
bucket.
years.
All right, so,
But we have talked about dental, long-term and short-term even this year, coming this year.
correct, but we don't have it currently today
No,
from
but
paychecks.
But you
being-
can buy it through Aflac, a lot of it.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, again, but that's employee pay supplemental, the town does not offer that.
Thank you. So it sounds like a substandard healthcare plan, so they're gonna have to pay out more than someone making $30 or $40 an hour somewhere else that has a better package.
Potentially,
Possibly.
Thank you.
potentially, yeah.
So if you're gonna go to a dollar amount, as in you did a DPW, the number will have to change, but you have to determine your dollar amount.
Right.
So, just
Come
so
on,
you,
come up to the mic, please. Thank you.
just so you know, you mentioned short-term and long-term disability insurance. We had one of our employees get stuck with that, and the town doesn't offer that insurance. So, after that, I myself got personal insurance for that, and I pay $225.92 a month out of my pocket for disability insurance.
Thank you. Okay. So back to the number in the article, in general.
Well, just take 6% of their current wage, whatever it is, if it's,
It's not that easy, though, everybody's at a different rate, right?
Right, so I think it'd be easier if we're gonna.
If you're gonna give a
If
dollar.
we're gonna, if we're gonna reduce it, just put a dollar amount on it, whatever the dollar amount may be. Whether it's $1, $1.50, whatever it may be.
dollars, Whatever,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then those will move it up to wherever and what have you. And I understand they're getting 5%, which is 80% of the goal in that. But I guess we gotta figure that out. So I guess I don't know what the,
Just using the three that are highlighted on the old sheet, it ranges from $1.45 to $1.65.
of move,
6%.
6%.
oh,
These three highlighted,
okay.
$1.45, $1.54, and $1.65.
And that's on the group one?
It's on the group one,
Yep.
Okay,
yeah, just the three that are highlighted.
yep, all right. You wanna figure it out for group two?
was gonna say, that's 3 out of 8.
Yes, that's 3 out of 8, yeah. But I guess before she goes down that road, is that something that the board would entertain for a number if there was an average?
Just took the average.
Say it's $1.50, is that something the board's even gonna entertain?
Yeah. Well, me.
Question.
As a wage adjustment.
As a wage adjustment, right. And still being in Article 9.5. Just, again, I don't really wanna waste your time if not.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would be a no, but one of 5.
Like, I came into today thinking they had been specially carved out, and that was gonna be why. And
They're
we just put them in the
standalone.
bucket, so
Okay,
I don't love the idea of having,
that's separate.
right.
Okay.
And maybe to echo, I think it was Bill who said, calling out, you know, we're trying to address DPW because lack of people, severe need to hire people. We don't see that at PD, we don't see that at fire.
Currently.
Sure. So, yeah, I think I would also be a no. Because I feel like we've addressed it.
So what's the overtime cost?
Somebody leaves?
If people leave. I mean, there's only 8 employees down there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
So if 2 leave, you still have to cover 24/7 shifts, which it was an uproar about how much overtime we spent
Last year.
when somebody was away. I'm just saying, I mean, it's easy to sit here
So it's
and
a
say no.
roll back to a retention
I'm just,
more than
yeah,
anything.
well, I'm just gonna, it is what it is. I'm just saying you grouped one together for a pool.
Right.
And now you knew there was a wage adjustment on both parts, because it says it right there in the article.
Mm-hmm.
So a wage adjustment for one, I totally understand, but you could be in the same boat next week, and they can all go, because he shared a help wanted ad in the next town over, and they can go for $3 plus more an hour, starting at 29, with no fire cert.
Right.
Just EMT and see you later. You know, and I get what towns are paying, and, you know, I think we need to think about some of that personally, and let the people decide if they want a wage increase.
Thinking more retention than,
I'm thinking more retention. I mean,
Correct. It's
$25 an
more
hour to do the same thing and try to save lives. I mean, I don't know, my dad was a fireman and a police chief. So I know this public service world. And not many people are getting into it.
no, places are hurting.
So the group 2 numbers run from $1.26 to $2.88. And I'll read them off. $1.26, $1.29, $1.33, $1.42, $2.04, $2.88.
It sounds like an average of $1.50.
For group 1.
It's above,
would
it's
still be
above
above.
average on most. Obviously, there's a couple that is way below, but
Right.
the ones that, the percentages below might catch them ones up. I'm always in favor of, you know, we have to put our recommendation, we put if we recommend or not, and then the finance weighs their opinion in, which, you know, has some stout. So I don't, you know, unless it's like a couple articles ago, trying to weed out. There was 2 options, we needed to pick one. I'm all right with putting one up, you know, I've even put up some of them popular ones as a department head, and at least I get a chance to put it up there and let the voters decide, I guess, so.
You don't have to recommend. You cannot recommend an
cannot
article.
Yeah, we cannot recommend,
You
still
cannot
still
recommend
propose
an
the
article
article.
and still send it forward.
I still, you know, don't wanna, if the chief wants to put it on there, then put it on there. I wished he'd have picked the number. I do understand he did pick a percentage and, you know, but,
Well, I mean, we can always defer this to next week. And say,
We
hey,
can.
that we kind of shifted this live today,
mhm.
go come up with a number.
Yeah, I'd rather the department head come up with a number than us, but it,
I mean, I could come up with a dollar amount, I mean, that's pretty easy, there's
Yeah.
only 8 people,
right,
so I got 8 numbers to average.
Yep.
I mean, I could come up with a dollar amount, I just came up with a percentage.
No, that's
because
fine.
It's not, I wasn't adding to the base, I was adding to a bunch of different.
I think a dollar amount would help you, I think, and, I just, as one member, would feel better if you picked that dollar amount.
Sure, absolutely.
By the
I
numbers
could-
she's been putting forth, it looks like $1.50 to about cover it, but let's hear what you come up with next week.
Can I ask for two different numbers, though? And what I mean by that is to hold to your percentage with a dollar number, and to come up with another one that would meet the 6% that you requested. Not being in the COLA pool, what would the number be to get to that 6% that you requested? You know what I mean? No? So that your membership gets the 6% if they get this adjustment article and the COLA article. Whatever that number is, needs to be represented in, if the COLA passes at 5%,
Yep.
what would your membership need in dollars to get to that 6% you presented?
I know, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. So if you could do them both, I'd appreciate it.
For next week?
Yeah.
So when we send this out,
Yep.
and maybe I'll wait for Benji to get back, but,
Which one?
like, they all include the purpose that
The
we're gonna
finance
write,
committee.
and then the
Yep.
finance committee recommendation, and it includes the vote breakdown of the finance committee in there.
Yep.
How does the board feel about including our vote breakdowns? So I assume most of them are gonna be unanimous, but
If
like
they are
this one, if it
split,
goes
it'd be nice to-
3-2.
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think it'd be too difficult to
No,
do
but
that.
you can always not, and
sure,
not
but if it's
recommend it, but
recommended
with the vote,
3-2,
sure.
that's.
No, but
Yeah.
the 3-2 vote would still be
It
recommended.
shows the board is kind of split on it,
Yeah.
as the finance committee was split on their
Of course
vote,
you
type thing. I don't see why we couldn't do that.
Never, but,
Huh?
I said we haven't done that, but we've
No.
also never not recommended an article either.
Right, so, all right, so we'll table that until next week when Mr. Work comes back. That work? Okay. All right. Anybody else on 12 before we move on? I think we'd be a dead horse. Okay, we'll move on to 13.
This is worded a little bit different. They're identical wording to 13, 14, and 17, except for your money value and your department. They're worded all the same.
13, 14, and
17,
17.
13 is full-time chief, 14 is full-time library, and 17 is full-time building inspector.
Oh, okay.
They're
right.
all worded identically, except for the dollar amounts and the department.
Okay.
We changed them around so they'd be consistent.
Okay. All right, so Article 13, it's to make the part-time fire chief that the town has approved into a full-time position. Chief Art? So this number represents an addition to and I know I asked this last week, but it represents, he's got numbers. Okay. So I know,
I know you asked for it.
so last week I asked what the actual total number was
Correct.
for the salary line, and I'm sure this also includes the benefits and retirement and everything that comes along with it, so.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. You want to read it, you want me to read it?
Well, I think you can, because I
Okay.
think I just gave my last.
It's different
copy.
from what's on ours. What he gave you is not the same that ours is written.
It's more. Okay. Did you work with Beth to figure this one out?
Yeah, this was,
She just stepped out, of course.
yeah,
Yeah, okay. All right.
yes.
Because there is a,
Yes, Beth gave me this, so.
okay,
I-
because there is a difference in the number. Oh, no.
No.
No, it's not. It's the same. the same?
No, what you're looking at as the top paragraph is the article that came through from the Board of Fire Wards.
Oh, okay. That's different.
For consistency purposes, which we've all harped on consistency
Mm-hmm.
and equal, is they're all written the same way.
Okay, I get it. All right.
You're taking a part-time position and moving it to full-time.
So the intent is
The
still the same?
intent is there.
And the numbers haven't changed?
No.
Okay, just some verbiage a little bit?
Right.
Okay. All right, so the 2024, 40 weeks, which is that 9 months, the proposed full-time salary would be $81,600. Retirement and taxes included in that 81,600 would be a total cost to the taxpayer for 9 months of $107,549. For 2025, which would be a full calendar year, 12-month commitment, the proposed salary would be $106,080, and with taxes and retirement, it would be $139,813 cost to the taxpayer. I think that's accurate representation. Okay.
Yeah, there would be, the part-time salary would come out of that budget.
Right, but it'd be utilized for that,
Right, the part-time salary would be utilized towards
the full-time salary.
the full-time salary.
Okay.
So the 55,151 and the 71,696 on the 52-week.
It's 9 months versus 12.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Would come out of that, because that's, would no longer be in the budget.
Understood. And I guess a question I do have is how was for the full year, the 10680, how was that derived?
When Chief Olson was here, we surveyed towns that were near our size and population. And that's where we came up with a figure for that.
Okay. Just wondering how it was derived, that's all. Okay. All right, any board members want to comment?
And that was, and it was, this was approved through the Board of Fire Wards.
Board of Fire Wards.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to, I guess, say the same thing I said last time, is I'd rather see an up to amount, because we haven't hired a full-time fire chief. And again, if, Chief Rourke hits mega bucks and isn't interested by that time, and we have to hire someone with zero experience, I don't believe.
They should make that right out of the gate.
Right, so, and I'm not gonna ask to change it in lieu of not being here all night, but,
But I guess I don't,
I don't like, I'd rather see it say something in effect that, and I know that would change the other articles too, so that's why I'm gonna throw it out there and not ask to actually have anything happen, but I gotta say my piece. I'd rather be mentioned, these full-time positions, and this is the cost of it.
I think you would mention that in the purpose in the mailer. And the reason I say is because I don't think you can say an up to amount, because it doesn't, not in the fact of the, like when you buy the plow truck, right? You're putting that money into the capital reserve fund, you could go up to, right? But where this one is, I'm gonna go with the same luck I have, he's not gonna win the mega bucks. Sorry, but
Thanks.
so, the potential is there. I don't know how you'd write that. Anything's possible, you're right, but I think that would be in the purpose more so than the actual article, my own thought.
I guess what bothers me the most is this, this salary was picked, we're the ones that are gonna hire and present a salary, and this salary was picked by, not us.
I think it was picked as picked as an average. I don't think you have to go to that.
Okay,
Right.
we don't have to go to that?
That was,
Yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna end up going through if it's a full-time chief, you guys are gonna go through a process anyways.
Exactly.
So at that time, you guys could put whatever you wanna put in there for a salary range.
Right.
When you advertise for
This
the
is,
position.
the way this word doesn't marry us to that amount then?
No.
no.
We'd have to find the money from somewhere if we went over it.
If we went over it,
But,
Yeah.
but I think Ben's
Under
saying
it,
if
yeah.
we were under it,
but if we're under, it's still in the
think it would-
budget for that,
Right.
though,
Yeah.
which is gonna raise the bud, I
Right.
guess, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
I don't like it, what I say,
So,
so.
we spent quite a lot of time talking about this last week, and I feel like we were roughly split, to not include it at all. And then kind of deferred to, well, let's let the public talk about it. So I do want to hear from them, but just to set the stage a little bit, Board of Fire Wards voted to, or asked the town to dissolve the Board of Fire Wards. The town agreed. Those obligations will defer to the Board of Selectmen, after this next
March
election.
13th.
There you go. And so it is a moving piece that I'm not comfortable with, switching something so critical to the operation, as this board has to absorb that with potentially 3 new people as well. So I'm not in favor of this right now. I'd rather
Defer to you.
switch thing, and give it a year to really mull it over with, the new Board of Selectmen, understanding how that system works, and then make a decision. And it may be the same decision.
I didn't say it quite as eloquently as you did last week, Salem, but I was of the same opinion. Defer this and evaluate for a year and then see where we're at. But I did also say that I wanted to hear from the public tonight about what they thought.
Well, I'll get off the podium, so if someone wants to talk about it instead of me hogging up space there.
Anybody like to speak to Article 13 for the full-time fire chief? Tom?
Several things. First, I think the time has come. The previous chief worked through 3 budgets, 3 or 4, getting us up to the point where we have a full-time department. And I think a full-time department, but remaining with a part-time chief, doesn't make sense. It's time to move and take that next step. The other thing, as far as involving the public, if this goes on the ballot, that's what the deliberative session is all about. This will no doubt get a lot of discussion, pros and cons in deliberative session, and then the public will make up their mind as to whether or not this is something that they want to go with. So my personal opinion is that it's time to make the change, but that's not Finance Committee, and it's not what will come out perhaps of the deliberative session. But I think that putting it on gives the public input that you're looking for. That's what the deliberative session is for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing. Comparable salaries, this is very similar to what we're paying the police chief.
Okay.
If you look at the budget, it's very similar to what we're paying the police chief.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. So, I don't think it is comparable to what the chief of police is making. I could be wrong on that. We're looking at 2025 at 139,000 for a fire chief.
Total.
Right, this the whole package. I haven't seen anything other than the budget for the chief's pay. This is not the total package that he's getting at 108 or 106.
It would be the retirement and taxes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the average firefighter making out of the 8 people down there per hour?
Probably 20,
7 or 8.
25.
26, 27.
We want to pay the chief $66.82. That's, you want to create resentment and people leaving, overpay the chief. That's all I got to say on that one.
Thank you. Lauren?
I have a couple questions. When the fire department budget was proposed, we saw that currently they're working as a full-time person, and then,
Is this Lori or is this Finance Committee?
this is Lori Davis.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, you said when we saw the presentation.
Well, it's been presented to the Board of
Okay,
Selectmen.
all right.
We're talking to
Just-
the
just
Board of
wanna make sure we're on the
Selectmen.
same side,
No,
that's
no,
all.
not on that at all.
Okay.
Anyway, then there is the fire chief salary that has been paid in the past. If I've got my budgets and all my things presented so far. going forward, if you have a full-time fire chief, does that mean we're not going to have a salary over here for this other person? And is there not going to be overtime at this point? Because currently, we have him working as a person over here, also as a chief, and there's a lot of overtime going in there. So I'm curious about the overtime. The other thing is, I'm very fond of my emergency services departments, but we are entering into an era that is uncharted waters for Ware, and that is we have gone from a Board of Fire Wards to the Board of Selectmen. We have some issues on the Board of Fire Wards, because I've been to their meetings, they're not always warm and fuzzy and joyful. And I think we have some kinks to work out before we start planning too permanent of anything. I think we need to test the waters a little bit, but I'm concerned about the finances. If you could clear that up for me, I'd appreciate it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'll take a stab at it. The, as it stands right now, the Board of Fire Wards, after Chief Olson departed, voted to have Mark Rourke be the acting fire chief. Mark was on the floor as a medic firefighter. He is one of the 8 full-timers we have. So the Board of Fire has put him to the acting fire chief position. And, well, I lost my train of thought. And with that, they came up with an hourly rate for him, which obviously he's fulfilling his obligations for his shifts still. So his payroll is coming from the payroll line for full-time, because he's still a retirement contributor. And that fire chief line this year, correct me if I'm wrong, was utilized for Chief Olson, the interim chief that we had from MRI. So I don't believe that chief's line is being utilized to fulfill any of your salary currently. Is that correct?
No, it is, I believe.
It,
Yeah.
no, it is not.
It's not?
No, you're coming straight from the payroll line, so, okay. Does that clarify some of it? Most of it?
So when, I don't know who's going to be,
If you could, if it's gonna be, probably gonna be a little bit back and forth, so if you could.
no offense, I'm going to pretend you're going to be the fire chief, because I don't know how that's being done. So when he's the fire chief, because I don't know how that plays out, does that mean he's strictly the fire chief and then this other slot is filled by somebody else?
If he were to accept the chief's position.
Yep.
And it was to stay as a part-time, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ork would have to retire
Okay,
to come out of the contributing membership, because it's a part-time position,
okay,
so he cannot work full-time anymore and be strictly the chief. So he would have to retire with the state of New Hampshire, and then he is only allowed to work 25 hours a week as a retired, previously contributing member. Because
like
if you
Bob
go,
Vecina.
correct, but Vecina was a little bit higher. I think he could work 30, but the law has recently changed again, and now they've dropped it to 25. He could go work for Walmart for as many hours as he wants, but because we are a Group 2 contributing municipality, he can only work for us for 25.
But if this goes full-time, he is a full-time chief, the slot that he's currently doing over here,
Would be open.
Would be open.
Correct, yes.
that's where I'm getting
Yes,
confused.
yes, the full-time position, fulfilling 42 hours a week on the floor, filling responding to calls, would be an opening, yes.
Okay, so he's not going to be wearing 2 hats and running around and splitting
If the full-time
himself.
position were to go through and he was the selected candidate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. If you want to come up, state your name, state your address, or who you're representing, if it's yourself.
Representing Killian Donnelly, just
Okay.
himself, nobody on the board.
All right, there you go.
65 North Stark. I'm just up here to say, like, this is a 24-hour, 365 department. other than the highway during the winter, the only ones that are 24. I think a full-time chief would be very woo of the town, especially from an operational standpoint, right? You hire a part-time candidate, that's 25 hours a week. That's not enough. He goes on one overnight call, there's pretty much a day he can't come in. As a full-time, he'd be salary, so he can come out every night if need be. Then it would be the same because it's a salary. And I think that is a way better bargain, I think, for the town, the taxpayers, and moving forward. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to bring up two or three things, just as food for thought. So if the full-time article were to pass, and as Chief Work stated, it was to be put back out as it was reposted, and there was another process. And we were to hire someone similar to Chief Moore's, background out of state, the Group 2 rules don't apply. They can work as many hours as they want if we hire an out of state. If we hire an in-state retired candidate, obviously it's 25 hours because of the New Hampshire retirement system. Now, with that, the board, when the board takes over May 13th, March, well, I'm pushing to myself 2 more months, I don't want to do that. March 12th, March 13th, excuse me, when this board takes over, a couple of decisions are going to have to be made real quick, is because you have him as an acting chief still working full-time. So what becomes of that position? Do you keep it status quo for a year? And again, he can backfill shifts. And again, nothing against you, but you're gonna have to fill shifts, because you say you have a candidate leaving, one of our employees is leaving, so there's gotta be shifts to fill, so that's overtime hours for him. So I don't know if at the end of the day, that the current model that the fire department is in is going to work. That's all I'm trying to say. Again, I could go either way with this, but I just wanted to let you guys know that if you say, yes, it's gonna be a part-time fire chief, then are you gonna hire a part-time fire chief in that 1-year tenure to find out, hey, by the way, yeah, we really do need a full-time, and then you've already hired a part-time and/or asked, Mr. Rourke to retire, and now you say, well, no, we're gonna go full-time next year. It's just some food for thought, that's all. I'm not trying to persuade any which way, it's just when March 13th occurs, what's the plan of this board moving forward? That's all. Yeah, because like I said, you got, Jay's position's a little bit different. He's down drivers, yes, but, with the fire department, you have to have 2 on. So you have to backfill the positions, regardless. And the way it currently is, Chief Work can backfill it, because he's still considered one of the 8 full-timers, so. Yeah, come on, yeah, unless somebody else wants to come up, Killian again?
Yeah, just real quick, I think that really letting the voters decide too. I think it's a big thing, whether you guys recommend it or not, like, totally whatever, but letting the people of Ware decide, not just letting it squash here in this room. I think that goes with any warrant article. I'm pretty open about, put it on there and see what it does. Obviously, if it's something like, you guys gotta sit on your heads during the meeting, obviously that's not feasible and you can't do that.
That was the pay raise.
Yeah.
I might stay, no. So, all right. Any other
I
comments from
think
board?
was
thoughts?
part of the concern that everyone has, that he was just gonna become he's openly said it'd have to go through a process. So,
I don't think anybody was saying.
My biggest concern with this was a set salary. I just wanna make sure
Yeah, no.
it's flexible to.
Frank?
Frank Campana. Looking ahead at this proposal, I'm not going to speak for or against it, but going through these 5% pay raises, the articles, okay, so in '24, the 40 weeks, 5%, I'm sure if he gets approved in March, he will get the 5%, he or she get 5%. another $5,300. 25 with 139,000. It, just shy of $7,000. Okay, the police chief already in the system with this year, a 5%, he's getting almost the same as the 40 weeks for the police chief, for the fire chief, coincidentally. But the police chief will get $5,300. Now, probably a lot of people in this room, or some people in this room, some people, taxpayers, that's, chump change, but not to this guy, all right? So you're building in, presumably, we're setting the bar at 5%, because that's what the cops are getting for 3 years. For the next 3 years, we're gonna be at a 5% level, and it just keeps building. It's spiraling up and up and up and up.
My opinion would be 24, I don't think that position would get the 5%, because we wouldn't even have that position hired.
We would not have the part-time position hired if that's what the will of the voters would be.
Wouldn't have the full-time position hired, if it got voted in.
Well, yeah, oh, I'm sorry,
So-
yes.
So therefore, that it wouldn't get to 5%
Wouldn't, not
this
for
year.
24.
Not for 24,
No,
That would be the window you'd work in.
right.
right.
To get, to figure out where you're going, go what direction. All right, so, anybody else on Article 13? Board?
I'd like to, I think we should wait until we take over the fire department and then make a decision.
Okay. I guess my question stands. March 13th, what's the makeup of the fire department gonna look like? Are you gonna keep
Don't
Mr.
know.
Work as acting chief and roll with it, or what's the plan? Because I mean, and literally at that point, you'd be expending $0 from that part-time salary line.
I think if we were to make the decision to not include this warrant article, then there would be no uncertainty going into March 13th, and we would be able to start planning today.
Okay. I'm just asking, because it's,
I don't
you know, it's a legitimate, I think it's a legitimate question, you know, the Board of Fire was kind of put this together, I don't want to say hinging, but on this article, to make a decision, so. I
Yeah,
guess-
well, if this doesn't pass, then the part-time, then the part-time fire chief that's already been,
Yeah, they've already determined.
they've already
part-time.
determined that's gonna be me.
Okay.
That's
Oh, all
the
right.
process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
All right.
So,
So that
Part-time
would,
would exist.
so that would force your hand to retire at that point, if
Correct.
you wanted to accept
you
the
wanted
position.
to.
correct, if
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Or you could say,
Right,
no,
forces
no
his
thanks, I'll
hand.
stay on the floor,
Stay on the floor and,
keep contributing
Someone
and
else
make
can.
my money and fill my shifts and,
Right.
right,
okay.
work overtime.
So, I guess there's a couple of different option paths there. So I just, again, as far as the article, I mean, I personally would like to see it go to the ballot, and at least go to deliberative, for discussion. Obviously, there's gonna be more people in that room hopefully than here. Not saying anything bad about anybody here, but, you know, but that's up to this board. It sounds like we have 3 that wanna take it off and wait till next year. But I'm only 1 vote, so.
I don't ever remember, I could be wrong, but I don't ever remember articles being removed at this level, I guess. That's where our recommendation or not recommendation comes from.
Okay.
So I'm okay with it going on the ballot. Like you say, it could get removed completely by the public at deliberative.
Could be zeroed
Just could be zeroed.
Right.
Right.
So,
at the delivery session.
But I guess let me ask that.
Like, how would you zero that out?
So you zero, so and I guess I just wanna ask how it would go. So if it's zeroed at deliberative, $0 increase, but it's voted in the affirmative, there's enough yeses on it that it votes in the affirmative, does the position change from part-time to full-time
If I was a lawyer, I wouldn't sit here.
with no with no
I don't know.
monetary
You're
bump.
gonna have to ask that question.
You know what I mean? That'd be my question, if it
Right,
passes.
because when people make amendments to the articles, you always ask town council if it's a legitimate one or not.
Right.
And what the result is.
Yeah, because that would be the way I would interpret it, is the full-time
I
position
don't really know.
would be posted for the same money that the,
That would be a heck of a full-time position you're gonna advertise for free, work for free.
well, it'd be whatever's in the part-time wage line. Whatever's in that part-time fire chief wage line would be the amount, and I don't think you get anybody.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, not for that number.
That
So,
is the problem.
that's the only question I have about that, if it gets changed at the floor,
Right.
what is,
Right.
and it's voted in the
That's the only thing
affirmative, right?
But that could go for any of the other ones
Because
we
you,
don't talk
Absolutely.
about.
because you can't.
But that's why we have the prerogative to not put it on.
Because you can't change the intent of the article.
Yeah.
Right, so if it's voted in the affirmative, the intent was to make a full-time fire chief, but you appropriate $0 for it. So really, theoretically, that first fire chief line becomes
Yeah.
60-something thousand dollars for a full-time fire chief. Good luck.
All right, I'm gonna make it official. I'm gonna move that we strike Article 13.
Okay, we have a motion from the board to strike Article 13 from the warrant. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any other further discussion from the board? I will be voting negative for that. I think it should go to the voters. That's my discussion.
You're gonna what?
My discussion is the fact I think it should go to the voters. I don't think it should be removed. So, any further discussion? All those in favor of striking the article from the warrant article signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Article 13 is removed. Okay, move on to Article 14. Need a full-time librarian position. Clay, do you want to come in, speak to it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, my name is Clay Creasy, I'm the library director. And what do you want me to read the article?
Nope,
or-
so just you're gonna move it one position from part-time to full-time?
Yes, correct.
And that is for, what position's that?
The assistant director position.
Okay. And maybe if you want to take a seat behind you there where Mr. Warwick just was, and
Okay.
see if there's any questions they have to answer. Anybody, Tom, one up?
I have a process question, I guess you'd call it, because there was a full-time director's position. So you're not establishing a new position, you're promoting a person within to that position. So I don't think this has to go on the warrant to promote somebody from one position to another when that position already existed. We're not creating a new position, so that's my opinion on it.
Well, we do already have the position, we already have a person in the position. I'm just moving her from, she's currently working 32 hours. She'll be going up to 38 hours and then get the benefits in addition to working 38 hours a week, so.
So I can see where you come from, Tom, but it's changing a part-time position we have into a full-time position. Yes, it's a promotion for the person, but it's still changing the intent of that position, I feel. Because there's gonna be retirement and everything else with it.
But Clay has that money already, because you had a girl retire.
No.
Right, yeah, so Thelma, yeah.
Thelma.
Right, yes, but she was part-time
She
as
was,
well. Yes, yeah. So this is making like,
Yeah, so it'd be two non-contributing, non-retirement people because they were part-time. Now he's trying to promote to a full-time position.
Right.
So I think it does require a warrant article. I feel it does. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else from the public, Neil? See, rocking on your seat a little bit, I figure you want to come up.
Neil Kirk, again speaking for himself. This article and the Article 17, which uses the same language, is it 17? Yeah. Needs to be changed. It doesn't tell voters what this position costs. It only says how much extra we're going to have to pay for this year.
So you're looking for the total cost of the employee?
No, I mean, if
12
if
years,
you're going to
12
create a
months.
new position, you tell folks, we're creating a $68,000 position, but for this year, it won't cost you $68,000 because we already have a part-time position, which we're converting to the full-time position. The part-time position pays $40,000, 68 minus 40, $28,000 tax impact. That voters can understand. But the way you've written it now, you don't tell anybody what the full cost is and what it's going to be next year, in effect. You're just telling them what it is this year. So I think it doesn't give the voters the information they need to make a good decision. That's on form. On substance, Clay didn't say anything about whether this is going to be a new position and advertised, whether there are qualifications for this position, and whether those qualifications are met by the current employee. It seems to me that, I don't know if that's part of the article, or if that's something that's an in-house decision, but I want to make sure that whoever's going to be the the assistant director is qualified to be director. Thank you.
I mean, I can say she's qualified, I just don't actually know, like, if you have any concerns, any reservations. I mean, I have the job description right here for assistant director, and I can read it for you.
If there's a job description and the person who's going to go into the new position meets that job description, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
We're creating a new position, and to Neil's,
Name.
Lori Davis.
Thank you.
To Neil's point, we're talking about adding insurance costs, we're talking about adding a full-time employee, that you could very easily handle adding more part-time employees. When you're creating a full-time job position in the public sector, you put it out to bid. And this is being done particularly for one employee, and I'm not saying this employee isn't competent, but I do not like the fact that we are not putting it out so everybody can see it. I do not like making custom jobs for a specific person. I don't think that's fair.
If the person in question leaves the job, then this job description would stay, so it would be the same for the next person that we would hire.
So Clay, what's this
Yes.
person gonna be earning yearly?
Do we know?
It's $19 an hour. I don't have the numbers on me.
All right,
It's
I
how
just-
much it is yearly, though.
Yeah.
So, it's approximately 19 hour. Again, I don't have the exact number on me, but. Okay.
Anybody else want to speak? Bill?
Yes, not so much what people are involved, I'm just more concerned about what's caused it. What changed to require a full-time employee for somebody who was an assistant for a long period of time as a part-time employee? In other words, what scope of work at the library has changed that creates a need for the full-time employee as opposed to maybe what Laurie was referring to of trying to give a person there a full-time position. I'm more concerned about scope of work.
What happened to
What happened
to drive
that,
this?
that causes the need for a full-time employee, regardless of the people who are there.
Understood. Clay?
In the last year, we had a record year at our library as far as usage. We saw our circulations go up. That's how many books are checked out, 7%. We had a 47% increase in new library card holders. We had a 14% increase in people visiting. Our number of programs went up 34%, and our program attendance went up 40%. So basically, our library has become a much busier place. It's so our organization is growing as far as our patrons. We anticipate, hopefully, in the next 2 to 5 years, maybe our building will expand as well. So it's just to meet the demand of our services and our organization. I also want to see more specialization as well. The person in question does spend a lot of time on doing desk coverage, which is good and important work. But there are other duties that, for example, selecting new materials for adults and teens. I want to see more teen programming as well, as we do have a lot of persons, preteen and teen, coming into the library. And we also need more marketing as well, as we are doing more programming and there's a higher demand for our programs. We need to market these programs better. So those are some examples as in addition to her regular duties that I would like to see. And we're talking about 6 hours a week. That's going to increase. And I would also like to give more hours to a more deserving person in a more deserving position, a more professional position, than give it to another part-timer who maybe doesn't have the experience that an assistant director does. And I'll add one more point too, that this is maybe an anecdote, but at Manchester, the Manchester Library was hiring a person just to be like head of circulation, which is considered maybe a step below an assistant director. They were offering $60,000 to $75,000 a year salary for that position. That's more than what I make. So again, that's also keeping up with local competition as far as job offerings.
Anybody else to Article 14? Board? No problem with it. We did have a suggestion to maybe change it, the verbiage to represent what the full annual
But don't you
salary would
have,
be.
you guys have your opportunity to do the purpose. I don't understand.
No, I understand.
Every time you guys have the opportunity to write the purpose, so you're gonna totally confuse everybody with the additional, and then the yearly, and then we've moved to how much it would be for an estimated annual. But whether we put out a separate handout at deliberative session or whatever to put on the website, I think we're kind of making these articles really convoluted for the person that's not here or listening. I mean, you guys have your opportunity and you pay to put that mailer out. And there's a purpose statement for it.
And I don't think it's convoluted to add a line at the end that says this would bring the total cost of this position to X dollars.
It might suffice for this one, but it won't for another one. I mean,
Okay,
we
well, we're
just
talking
keep
about this
wanting to
one.
add the warrant. We wanna keep adding and adding. And I'm okay with it, we have to have some consistency.
Right.
I guess that's what I was trying to get to last week on the fire chief's position is, I'd like to see that word, whether it's in the article or in the mailer, but almost to me, it'd be cleaner to have the total cost here and then have all this written in the explanation.
But I guess there's certain things that have to be on there legally.
Raise and appropriate,
Yeah,
because you
shall the
already
town
have
raise and
this much
appropriate a
money,
number?
so you raise and appropriate this
Yeah.
much money.
It's in addition to that that line, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, it's just, again, you can't really, there's so many things you can change, so many things you can't
I
change.
know, I
so.
know.
And putting out a different, even if it's not in the little mailer, you can always put up something as long as it's factual based and you're not swaying anybody to
swaying.
vote one way or another. I think you can put up more information on your website.
Right,
I don't do Facebook, so.
Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just read Article 17. At the end, it says, if this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $52,000 and change.
So
If you
that's-
add that same language to Article 14,
It's already there.
If,
It already exists. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
yeah, but it can't be $12,000 for the
It's the
position.
increase is 12, just like the increase is 52,000. You're transitioning from
the
part-time to
52,000 is the
full-time.
annual cost of the bump, it's not the annual cost of the
Right.
position in
They're
total.
written exactly the same.
That make sense?
No, it's
It,
not.
it does.
I'm gonna
It's
go back
certainly
to what I said.
confusing.
And say, add a sentence at the end that says this will bring the total cost of this position to X. And not cut anything out, leave what you have, it is an increase, we're gonna appropriate money, and put it there.
So, in other words, in Article 14, the full position cost for a year, I'm going to say is $45,000. That includes salary and benefits. That should be here. And I'm surprised that you're paying more than $52,853 under Article 17 as the annual full cost of that position.
With benefits.
It's more than that, no?
No, that includes the benefits that you're adding
Got all the
to it.
benefits, retirement, the taxes, insurance.
So if that's the case, how can the full-time cost under Article 14 be only $12,000? That's less than she's making now.
You're adding 6 hours a week.
Yeah, I was gonna
where
say,
you're
there's a
adding-
difference in the
where
number
you're
of
adding
hours
a
that
whole
are being
bunch more
added.
hours at the building
Yeah,
department.
this is only 6 hours, the other one's turning it from 20 to 40.
5 to 40.
Right,
And the building inspector's not at $19 an hour either.
right. So there's a lot bigger sum.
The difference.
The building inspector's gonna be paid more than $52,853 a year.
I mean, we can add what Salem wants,
Then-
I didn't write it
yeah.
down.
What you need to do is to give the full cost, so voters know this is a $75,000 position, if that's the cost, not a $52,000. And the full-time cost of the library position is not $12,000, but it's, I'm making up a number, 45. That's the
which
information
he wants
voters
to add
must
one
have.
sentence.
So, that's, I think I'm gonna cover that. We'll add this language at the end, proposing this here. So this will bring the total cost of this position, or maybe we need to say, if this article is approved, the total cost of this position will become X.
Much more than 52 and much more than
Whatever.
12. Thank you.
And then reflect that also on 17.
Right.
Okay.
So you wrote,
everybody
if
good with that?
approved, the
Yeah,
total
I'm trying to-
cost of the position. Salem, you wrote, if approved, total cost of this position will become an X. Okay.
And maybe even more clearly, per year.
And whether or not that's salary or salary plus benefits.
It'll be a total annual cost, right?
Yeah, I think
Just total annual cost instead.
Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on Article 14? Move on to Article 15. Establishing a police revolving fund. This will put 25% of the cruiser detail fees will go into the general fund, and 75% of the cruiser detail fees will be going into this fund. It also includes grants, forfeitures, and 75%. This is to allow, I guess there is some, the way the current fund is set up is not exactly correct in the way that you would remove the funds. Funds can go in, but there's nothing saying how they come out. Maybe I'm wrong saying that. But, so this would establish a fund that basically the Board of Selectmen, upon recommendation of the chief and approval of the chief and the board, to expenditure. I know you have a comment.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I heard it last week about forfeitures.
Oh, you're right. Man, I was actually gonna forget that.
Oh, now look what I done. Look what I done. Oh, boy.
Man, thank you.
You know, I gotta say,
Yeah, about that. No, I had another question first. So for the existing fund, the police special detail revolving fund, I guess this is a question for Beth. What is that allowed to be expended on right now?
and I guess the reasons why we're moving this way, if I didn't explain them
We're
correctly.
adding a fund.
Yeah.
So the
But money's
revolving
coming
fund
out
is
of
gonna
the existing
stay.
The what fund's
The
gonna stay?
revolving fund will stay,
Which is, okay,
which is paying for special details.
okay.
Okay, so when the officer works, the money comes out of the revolving fund. When we get paid by the vendor, it goes back into the revolving fund. It should net itself out. It's a revolving fund, it should net right out. Right now, we do have cruiser revenue fees going into it, which we can't take out right now. So this is the purpose of this fund,
Okay.
is to be able to use those cruiser revenue fees. 75% of them go into this fund, 25% will go into the general fund.
So what becomes of the money that's in that current fund right now that
The
can't be
the
used?
revolving fund is just gonna revolve, that's all it does, it's supposed to just net
So it's
out,
gonna sit at a higher number
at a
because
small
it,
number.
well, yeah, but you
Well,
said
what about the cruiser
the
money?
cruiser money, it's already in there. Where's that
That
going?
we can't, will that get rolled into this?
Yes,
I think that's in
what's
your
written in
cruiser
there.
article.
that's the cruiser article.
It's in the cruiser article, so it's gonna get subtracted then, and then it'll become just an in and out account.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's in
If I
Article 15,
understood correctly, it's the existing fund will be used for labor.
to extract existing cruiser fees.
Yes, like it is now, yeah.
That should be
Wages,
this one.
taxes, New Hampshire retirement system.
Because it does, because it pulls,
Well, that's not the
19,000
same, that's
from
not the same as this.
this establishes a new fund.
I know, but my question is about the existing fund.
We're gonna expend from the existing fund and bring it back to that net zero, because right now, it's not
So
net
will-
zeroing.
Will the cruiser take it to zero, take the existing fund to zero?
No, we'll have a small balance in there.
Just so it's in, that's an in and out account, that,
Yeah, and that's fine.
Police detail revolving fund, it has a balance of 27 in it right now.
27,000.
So we're gonna take 19 out, and that'll leave about 7 for a good cushion.
And all I'm going with, the only place I'm going with this is with the existing fund. I mean, it's gotta be marked for what you can pay for out of that fund.
Okay.
And can we take the money out of it instead of paying out of it? Because we're taking out of it and putting it in a different fund.
Yes, needs to go to legislative body to take money out of the revolving fund.
So, but the way I read 15, and I'm reading it now the way I think Salem is regardless of what the warrant article for the police cruiser 18 is, it states that all the money comes out of that police special detail revolving fund, right down to $0, and goes in this new fund if established,
Right.
the way I read it.
The existing
What, 75%
cruiser
of it?
fees
Or, sorry, 25% of it.
that are in there.
Cruiser fees.
Just
There's-
cruiser fees.
Which totals to what after the 19,000?
Good question. I can get you that.
I think that would be vital information, because we don't know what this fund's gonna be on March 14th. I'll give you a day to make the fund, but, so, we don't know what's gonna be on the 14th. How much money is gonna be in that account at the end of at the end of the week, I'll say?
Okay,
Because we're pulling 19,000, we understand that.
Yep.
In
but
that
just out of the
Article
cruiser
18.
fee revenue that's been sitting in there.
Right, so you
Yeah.
said it was gonna leave us about 7,000.
Yeah.
But I think that there needs to be even if it says, further to extract the existing cruiser fees in the amount of 3,000, 4,000, something, to go into this account. So we
And
know
what if
exactly
the-
what's coming out of that account.
What if the cruiser doesn't pass?
Correct.
Then all right, so all right, so should we restructure it to say, to leave amount in the
Well, that's what
revolving
I was
fund?
gonna bring to your attention when we get to the cruisers. What happened if this article don't pass? Because the cruise, well, they're just taking it from the Everett Dam Patrols funds. Okay,
Which are already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he didn't name this fund. Okay.
okay.
So it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
So I'll let you know how much cruiser revenue is in this fund.
Extract the existing.
Well, I mean, I was gonna call out on 18, it says police detail account.
Oh, it does say that, yeah. Yeah,
But which, I mean, is that the existing police special detail revolving fund?
correct.
So it should be reflected the same.
And
At minimum.
Yeah, I guess, can we, yeah, exactly.
Put the whole
Can we
wording
update
in there?
18 then?
That language should be changed, right. But I think we should try and rewrite this to say, to extract the existing cruiser fees from the police special revolving fund to leave an amount. Not to take an amount, but to leave an amount. If you say it's 7,000, 4,000, whatever it may be. But to leave it in there
I
rather
think we
than.
might need to be some certain on that.
Well, because what I'm thinking is, and obviously we're gonna have to have legal right into
Yes.
this. But to Janice's point, if the car fails, now there's gonna be a lot more money in there rather than, there's gonna be additional
$19,000
19.
more.
So.
Oh, yes.
Would we then move 25,000 over if the number was 4,000? Or instead of just moving over 4,000, we still have 19,000 in this fund we can't touch? Or not that can't touch, that we
going
can't
that
move over. Can't roll over into the fund because that's the way that the intent of this one was to roll those funds,
Correct,
even if the car doesn't pass, into this new fund.
yes.
Or, we talked about earlier, the
The order of the
ordering of the
warrant.
articles, we
Yeah.
put the police cruiser article first,
Yeah,
then if the money's there, if the money gets taken out, then we take whatever's remaining. If the money's not taken out, then we take all of it.
How do you write that into the Article 15?
You don't have to, because it's just order of operations. If we move the cruiser above 15, then whether it happens or
Is
not.
that the legal
No,
way
I
it
don't
happens?
think that's the way that legally works. So I know we just
This
talked
all
about
gets
that.
voted on the same day,
Right.
Right, but,
so it doesn't matter the pecking order.
yes, it does.
Okay,
It never has.
all right.
It absolutely does. Like the NHMA training that we have available on this says that it does. And to be very careful in our position to put the articles in the right order.
That's a first, but that's okay.
It shouldn't
It must
be.
be
Yeah,
changed.
because we just talked about giving the 5%
Right,
increase ahead of the $3
or
deal.
whatever it may be, yeah,
Yeah, so
Oh.
if that's ahead, 5% goes first, and then,
right.
so
Yeah,
it's,
we did, you're right.
yeah.
So
if
then
that's
you
the
would
case,
have
then
this
for the
article
cruiser-
state,
Yeah.
if Article 14 passes, then
Yeah.
would you actually write that
I don't
in?
even
We've
think you
done
have
that
to.
before too.
Okay.
Because if it passes and the money's not there, you take whatever's left. If the article fails and the money is there, you take it and whatever would be
And if
left.
both fail,
If they both fail, no money moves, and the fund's not established.
I'm sure this one, DRA and the
oh yeah.
town
Yeah,
council.
they'll
are gonna
weigh
feel
in,
they
right,
would.
yeah,
But I would propose that we move the cruiser before
that's fine.
15.
So we can move that up to 13.
We
Vacancy
have
there.
several numbers to move.
Right, I mean, these are rough numbers, they're gonna move anyways, we eliminated 9, but we can put it right
I'd
before.
like to see the police back to back, just so people are kind
Right.
of in the same mindset.
Okay, so yeah, so if we move the librarian up a spot and put,
Yeah.
okay,
That one in is
okay,
14.
makes sense. All right, revolving fund, oh, everybody's coming up.
Wow, it's a hot topic.
So the other thing too is, I guess maybe I'll clarify, is this is above and beyond, the money that's generated, the 75% is, what's generated is the people already paid for. As far as the officer, all his or her benefits, salary, et cetera, has already been paid. That's not what's going in this fund. And then 25% of the cruiser detail fees for wear and tear, gas, tires, brakes, et cetera, will go back to the general fund. So none of that cost is coming from this account. Just want to make that clear, that's all.
Thank you. Neil Kirk. My concern is that the 75% is the right figure, whether it's 80% or 60%. Somebody needs to check the chief to make sure that that's the right number so that it's fair to the general fund and fair to the special fund.
Okay.
But the more important issue is one of who makes the decision on how to use this money.
Next page.
I'm used to seeing funds where that we set aside money in a separate fund, and then if somebody wants to expend from it, goes to the voters, like a fire truck or something like that. This seems to say that that will be the case when it comes to police cruisers, because the last line says, use of these funds to offset the purchase of a cruiser must be approved at town meeting by the legislative body. But anything else coming out of this fund, guns, ammo, radios, vests, whatever, seems to be available to, without voter approval, but just with the Board of Selectmen and the police chief approval. And I didn't know this was possible, and so the question I have is that legal? And if it is legal, is that good policy for the town of Ware? Thank you.
So we did have discussion about that, we had discussion about purchases out of that fund, and one of the things that we had just talked about was the in-car ticket printers, e-ticket. And those came from the state, but if we had to purchase them, a purchase like that would come from said fund, this fund.
But it talks about purpose of outfitting and
The
maintaining.
question is
vehicles.
not, my question is not where the money is coming from. I understand it's coming from the fund. My question is, who has to approve the expenditure from the fund?
That would be the board and the chief. That's
And
what I
my
meant.
question is that legal?
Okay,
'Cause all of
understood,
yeah.
understood.
Beth probably knows the answer to this.
Okay.
I have a lot of comments and questions, Lori Davis, regarding this article. Number one, we have a revolving fund that is expended in the fire department. It's the ambulance fund.
It's a special
Special
revenue.
revenue.
Special revenue fund. But it is expended by the voters, not by the Board of Selectmen, not by the head of the fire department. It's expended by the voters, the people who come up with the money. We have had capital reserve funds for different departments, which have been used and blown out, which is why we don't have them for highway and other departments at this point. The reason we initially had this revolving fund for the police department was to pay for the officers and the wear and tear on these vehicles. It should have been a wash because in other towns I've lived in, when they use it, it clears out every year because it covers the maintenance on those vehicles. Now, there's wonderful language in here that says, for the purpose of outfitting and maintaining police vehicles and other safety equipment as needed. That could be a helicopter, that could be a drone, that could be a bomb tank. Exactly who decides this, but more importantly, to Neil's point, the Board of Selectmen may get to rule on the cruiser, but nothing else. This is taxpayer money, and the taxpayers are the people who should be voting on this. These kinds of accounts are extremely dangerous because the people running these accounts, department heads, and if you get the wrong people on the Board of Selectmen, you can end up with some very strange expenditures. The reason we have the taxpayers voting on this is so that we make the decisions. We decide what we want. And it's not because today somebody wants a helicopter or a flying saucer or they want a bomb disposal unit. The point is, we do not need this account. There is no reason for this account. If we want a cruiser, we put it on the warrant article, and the voters say yay or nay, and then the money is appropriated. This starts monkeying around, and this is getting awfully close to making sure we can get a cruiser without going through voter approval. That's extremely dangerous. We don't do that with the highway department. We don't do that with the fire department. That is not acceptable. We are doing everything we can with this article to subvert the ability of the voters to be in control of their destiny, their tax dollars, and their departments. Not a good idea. I'd like to see this gone.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. So, a few months ago, I was at a meeting where PD sought out a grant fund for a new cruiser, Tahoe, for a command vehicle. These guys know they have a limited resource in this town. They have to scrape to get maintenance fees. These guys, unless I'm reading this wrong, they're gonna create the monies that are put in this account. They're doing this so they don't have to bother the taxpayer as much. These are funds that are available for their discretional use. As far as a fear of how it's going to be used or possibly abused, that comes down to, do you trust your department heads? If you have a fear of the Board of Selectmen doing illegal, unlawful things, then we need to talk about recall provisions. You either trust them to do their job or you don't. If they're trying to raise funds because they can't get the revenue in this town, because the town's not doing anything collectively to increase revenue, then let them do it. They still have controls in place in the language currently. Thanks.
Yep.
Tom Cloak on Concord Stage Road. I think that's where I live. It's getting late, though. I know we have a revolving fund for recycling, or not the recycling, but the paid-for items at the transfer station in order to pay to get rid of them. Do we have other revolving, pardon me?
Park.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And those are very specific, really, as far as their use. So this is a little more general than that. The other question I had was, is this still going to be used for paying out the salaries and benefits for people, police officers who are doing the details, or is that separated out from
No,
this
that comes
now?
out of the other,
Pardon me?
that comes out of the,
It'll still be part of this fund?
no,
The original
the
fund.
original fund.
The original fund will stand.
Yes.
This is a new fund.
Yes.
So the money for the salaries or wages for people who are doing the details will come out of the original fund.
Yes.
And this will be established specifically for other equipment, including things that are related to the cruisers. But if you want a cruiser itself, you have to go to the
Yeah.
voters for it.
Because we're not circumventing the whole capital improvement process.
Right.
That's the reason for that statement
Right.
being in there. Is
But as
there's-
this is
There's a
written,
process for that, and
the
we're gonna follow
smaller,
that.
the smaller materials like radios or something
Correct.
could come out of this with board approval, but
Board and chief approval, yeah.
chief coming to the board with approval, okay. I just want to clarify, now I get a better understanding, because I think I was mixing up in my mind the existing fund and this one, thinking they were all melded into one. which
No,
they're
you can
not.
think about it as having a labor bucket and a capital, not capital, but equipment bucket.
Equipment bucket.
Equipment, yeah, not capital. Strike that.
Neil Kirk again. Am I correct that if this article were to fail, and the police chief next year wanted to get a cruiser, another cruiser, the cruiser article passes, this article fails. Next year, the chief wants another cruiser. He could still do next year what he's doing this year, dipping into this fund with a separate article, saying we're going to pay so much out of the fund. So he could continue to repeat that process.
I believe that is a correct statement.
Right. And then if he wanted radios, or helicopters, or whatever else Lori was talking about, he could put in the warrant article and say, we're going to take so much out of this fund to cover the cost of that.
You could.
So why is this article necessary?
So if he wants to buy a $1,000 printer, he's gonna have to wait a year and hopefully it gets passed.
And you don't think there's an extra $1,000 floating in his budget this year, last year, and every year?
Just an
To
example.
cover the cost of that printer?
Just an example.
Just an example.
Tom?
Hi, Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Apologize for not seeing this earlier, but, because I've read this about 10 times. It says RSA 3195-H, Section C. That RSA is broken into 3 subsections, so I think it should be 3195-H, 1C, just for clarity, if I'm reading it right. I wouldn't want an article to go up
With the wrong RSA on it. Right.
misstating and opening up a door there. And I would also maybe read section C, and I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but curious as to whether it actually fits or not. But I don't know if town council's weighed in on.
Do you
on
have it in front of you? Is it long?
that. You want me to read it?
I mean, if it's short, yeah.
It's not that long.
You said 31-HC?
So it's 31:95-H, 1C.
1C?
Yeah, it just says C on here. It's not that, it's like
Go ahead.
2 sentences.
Go ahead.
Section C, providing public service safety services by municipal employees or volunteers outside of the ordinary detail of such persons, including but not limited to public safety services in connection with special events, highway construction, or other construction projects, or for any other public safety purpose deemed appropriate by the municipality. I think that's your open end, but it says outside of the ordinary detail of such persons. I don't think it's printers, and this isn't worded, this has other safety equipment and vehicles, so I don't know. I would just take a look at C and see if it makes sense or
If it
not.
fits. Okay.
I didn't really notice earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Frank?
Two things. I guess I'm probably a little bit too simple of a person, but the word extract, the existing cruisers, it sounds like they're working at a severe accident scene. How about putting in remove? Use the word remove. Again, to satisfy a simpleton like me. I guess in a sense, I'm not opposed to revenues offsetting, other than the fact that it takes away from any opportunity for the selectmen to use revenues to offset taxes, I guess. And I know there's a little bit more than that, to that. But we're already losing revenue from the transfer station that people voted to. I don't know, I don't remember the percentage. Parks and Rec, recently, losing revenue from that, and I don't need to know the dollar amounts tonight. Conservation, some years back, started losing revenue from that. And now we're gonna lose 75% of whatever he determines. You know, it could be up to him. He's getting, I think, he stated $20 an hour. It's been like that for a while, maybe since the inception. He might say, well, geez, now I got this article here, you know, to generate revenue. I'm gonna charge $150, yeah, maybe $175, maybe $200 an hour, all right? Which might be unrealistic. You know, when they see the golden goose, they wanna get as much as they can. And the third line from the last, actually, second line from the last, where it says approval shall pay out only after approval of the chief of police and the board of selectmen. I remember the first night that he didn't speak to it was early presentation of his budget. He kind of made a blush statement that he was going to have an article like this. And I probably should try to do my research and look for the minutes back then. But he wanted to be the only person to have a say to spend that revenue. And the board, I think, Selectman Matthews, I think your position was still unfulfilled, or not filled. And there was a big go-around, and I think you kind of spearheaded it to say, you know, to include the selectmen. That would have been outrageous to have one department head. What other department would have that type of flexibility and use and control of a revenue source like that only to themselves? I don't think that anywhere else in the town. It may be, I don't know. So he wanted that, but I'm wondering, that general language, it seems to me that, that there are funds, articles and funds set that the board of selectmen, it appoints the board of selectmen as agents to expend. So I would consider having that type of language. And I know I've heard that language before, board of selectmen, agents to expend. I'm pretty sure that that's in there. So if that's in fact, you know, the police chief, he can come to you and propose what he wants to propose. And now he's got 5 people, you know, hopefully of all different mindsets, to listen to his proposal and to say yes or no.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
Lori Davis, something I think that should be considered is, we have not done this with any department in this town. And somebody said he needs a printer.
I would just use that as an example,
Okay.
Lori. I'm not
Okay.
saying that's what he would do.
That's not what this is.
Yeah.
This department is returning a lot of money this year. Now, you can say it's because we didn't have enough hires, whatever the deal is, but I have yet to see any of the towns I've lived in, and currently it's Ware, not have money in some of these budgets at the end of the year, and they all find something to spend it on. That money belongs to the taxpayers, because if it wasn't expended on what the taxpayers originally voted on it for, it shouldn't become a free-for-all at the end of the year to go buy whatever you think you need now. And with this kind of fund, you are basically giving somebody a very clear pathway to put through things without running it through the taxpayers, a very particular department. You're not giving it to highway, you're not giving it to fire, you're giving it to police, the department that has guns, the department that has a lot of vehicles. That's a very big give to one person. And that's either across the board to all our departments, which I don't think this town would stand for, or it shouldn't be for any department. The reason you have capital reserve funds is so you bring in money and the voters vote to expend it. This is a very dangerous fund, and I do not know why you're entertaining it.
Anything else on 15?
Who wants to talk forfeitures?
I don't. Not this late in the game.
All right, so all I'd like to do, I haven't thought about it some more, is I would propose amending it.
Okay.
And I know there wasn't a great deal of sympathy for this last time. Last time I talked about striking forfeitures, I would amend it to say will come from grants, criminal forfeitures. So
Okay.
excluding civil forfeitures.
I'll go with that.
What would you do with civil forfeitures should we
I
get
still don't
any?
have an answer for you. I still would.
We don't have an answer
For me,
today
for
either,
me, it's
right?
about what are we encouraging departments with revolving funds to do? And I don't want to encourage them to go out and find ways to perform civil forfeitures. And so I would, and yeah, just to repeat.
Just to add that.
Add criminal.
Beth, can you tell me about the current police special detail revolving fund? The money that goes into that only comes from police details?
Correct. Yes.
So it is not something that we raise by taxation?
No, it is not.
No. And everything that goes in there is, anything that was raised from taxation is paid for out of that account.
Correct.
There
Yeah,
you go.
we get reimbursed from the vendor.
So
the
it's,
usage
in
of the police
part, it's
department.
very similar to the ambulance billing. It's similar.
Yes.
And Beth, do you know that this 75% and 25% is accurate as far as 25% will
We'll
cover
cover all
all
of
the
it.
expenses of the cruiser?
Of the cruiser.
Fuel and maintenance and all
Oh,
that?
so I went back and I figured out, right now, in that fund, there's $20,000 worth of cruiser revenue just sitting in that fund. So out of the 27, $20,845 was cruiser revenue that we've received over the years. It's just been sitting there. We took in $2,100 in cruiser revenue in '23.
How much?
$2,100, $2,100.
Can the audience keep it down, please? We're trying to understand here what's going on. Thank you.
So it's $2,100 estimated annually they receive in cruiser revenue. So it'd be hard to say the wear and tear on the cruisers. $2,100.
Really be enough.
I would think that would all have to go.
Yeah. That's probably, yeah, so it's probably closer to not a, it's probably more like a 70-30 or a 60-40 type, probably. Yeah, 25 didn't sound like enough. Frank? Yeah, it almost doesn't sound like enough.
Well, again, somebody has to correct me if I'm wrong. There is an aspect of this that is a tax impact. You have 4th of July celebration, the cops are in detail. They charge a little bit less of a rate than they would for Eversource or the tree cutters. When the cops go to the high school for games as a detail, they charge for that. Again, it's a little bit lesser of a rate.
Less.
I think the overall rate is like $65 an hour for, private vendors. They do like $60, So there is an aspect of a tax impact to it.
Yeah, Frank, my comment was only that it's not coming from our
not coming from
specific
the budget.
town taxes in the budget. That was my point, yeah.
Anything else on 15? Okay. All right, move on to 16. Cable funds from the franchise agreement. So this article allows us to take the $30,000 that Comcast is giving us as part of the franchise agreement and be placed into the Community Cable Access TV Fund, Capital Reserve Fund. Any comments on 16? Neil?
Just a question, how is money removed from this fund
Board of Selectmen?
I believe they were the board.
without voter approval?
No, regular capital reserve fund, just like all the others. It's a regular capital reserve fund, just like all the others.
So it's
And
Board of
and
Selectmen.
those funds can be
So
spent
if
without...
there's some sort of needed upgrade that needs to be done upstairs, they would come to us with quotes, or we'd put out an
They
RFP
would
and
follow
the
the purchasing
selectmen
policy.
can.
So voters don't approve that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Anybody else? Okay. What?
Just going backwards very quickly on 15, I think it was Neil's comment about specifying the agents to expend
Yep.
of the new fund. Can we do that?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, I
so.
think that was Frank.
Frank, sorry. Just
So-
before we get away from it,
How would you want to do that?
Voter-
I don't know,
Voters to expend,
the agents to expend.
agent.
The,
Just add it in that second where it says approval from chief of police and the board of selectmen.
With the Board of Selectmen being the agents to expend.
perfect.
I would, yeah, I'd almost get rid of the approval of the chief of police, just say the select board's agents to expend.
Right.
Well, it still involves that other part of the,
Yeah, he's gotta bring it to us.
Yeah.
But he doesn't approve it.
Yeah, but otherwise we could spend his money.
we could spend the money without, yeah.
No, you couldn't spend it without what it was for the purpose it was the fund was
Right,
created for.
right, but we could say, you need this, and he'd say, no, I don't, we can still spend it.
Right.
So, I think you'd still want him on
It would
it.
be
So
poorly
if you look
executed,
at
but-
24, we do a capital reserve fund for the landfill cap, and
Mm-hmm.
it says, further name the Board of Selectmen as agent to expend from said fund.
There you go.
Great.
Yep.
Just copy
Frank?
that over.
Good.
Please.
I think I put my foot in my mouth. Maybe better leave it like it is. I had no intentions at all of eliminating purchase of the police cruiser must be approved at town meeting.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I think it's
We're
just
not
getting
getting
that
that
out.
We're not eliminating that.
Oh, okay, all right, that, well,
We're
that was
just,
my
we're just,
intention.
we're just adding that it's the chief of police and the board of selectmen that are the agents
We
to
added
expend.
that in
Higher line.
last week, actually.
It's the week, it's actually the line before that one.
Okay.
We're not removing it.
Yeah,
Because
we're
I
not
commented-
removing the end of it. yeah.
I commented quite heavily to the board,
Yeah,
at times about, voter approval, and that's the way that it ended
Right.
up.
Yep.
So I didn't want that to be eliminated.
Okay.
The rest of
Fine.
it,
no, it's not.
by you folks.
No, thank you for clarifying that, though.
We all set on 15?
We're all set on 16.
We're all set on 16 too, yep. 17, full-time building inspector. So this takes the 25-hour-a-week position and pushes it to full-time. The two numbers represent the addition to the budget. I'm sure that the comment.
Yeah,
has
we
got-
already covered that.
We already covered that.
Yep.
About adding the
Yep.
full-time to the end of it.
Yep.
Tom?
Tom Blow, Concord Stage Road. Just a question first. Is the term building inspector interchangeable with code enforcement officer? Are we talking about the same
It's
position?
two separate roles, but it could be combined, yes.
Okay. I think, and again, this is an opinion, and I don't know if you can do anything with it or not, but when this article appeared a couple of years ago, it failed, and you were unable to hire a full-time person, where in fact, Chip Meany was full-time in exactly the same position, and the board could have gone ahead and filled that position without putting it on the ballot because it was not a new position. I don't know if it's too late to consider that, but in fact, for years, we had a full-time building inspector, code enforcement officer. He also got a stipend separate from that in order to go to the land use meetings, board of, the planning board and the zoning board. So that was an add-on, but he was a full-time employee as a building inspector / code enforcement officer. So, I hate to see you step right into the same thing again and not be able to fill the position, when in fact, I'd get a legal opinion as to whether we could fill the position, because we had always had a building inspector that was full-time for years.
But you reorganized back in 2009 when they appointed me to this position. Chip was also given the land use. So then when Chip left, we changed the land use back to full-time and the building part-time.
Right. So we did some shuffling.
We did
here.
some inter-office changing.
So you changed, excuse me, I don't understand.
So when I used to be the land
became a
use coordinator, I was
full-time.
full-time, you appointed me here, and then we gave it to Chip as a part-time position on top of his building inspector.
Right.
Then we reorganized the office and changed things around, and we made the land use coordinator the full-time position and the building inspector the part-time position.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was a reorganization in 2009. That's why we tried in '21 to do this before.
Anybody else? Okay. Move on to the police cruiser. Appropriate $81,690 for a Chevrolet Tahoe 4x4. $19,000 be withdrawn from the police detail account. $16,000 to be removed from the Everett Dam patrols, which then puts the balance raised by taxation to $46,690.
And this will be moved
Huh?
to in front of the next.
Yeah, it's gonna be moved up in front of the.
14.
Exactly, the other
Exactly.
article. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Frank?
Well, it says to remove, use the word remove. That may be a better word to use in Article 15, keep it consistent. I mean, withdrawn, I'm
Withdrawn.
sorry,
Yeah,
withdrawn.
Okay,
So
rather
it's-
than remove, rather than extract, let's use withdrawn.
Perfect, thanks for
Okay.
letting me backtrack.
Okay.
But that's not my reason for being up here. That Everett Dam revenue, how does the town receive that, and where is it accounted for? How is it accounted?
That's the,
Where does it go?
I believe is that the feds that pay us or the state? I forget. It's the state,
No,
okay.
Well, okay, I guess I shouldn't, right. So when the town receives that, I'm not asking it as a quick trick question, well, I'll try to answer it. Doesn't it go into the general fund?
Committed,
Pardon me?
Yeah,
committed.
but it's committed funds when it goes in
It's
the general
committed
fund.
funds.
Okay. So that amount of money can be withdrawn on its own?
Yes.
I would've thought the process would be go into,
A reserve, a fund somehow.
right, and then you would offset, say, taken from the general fund to offset, that-
Right.
similar to the next article coming up.
Beth, is it just earmarked in the general fund, or does it actually have its own fund?
No, you might be right on this. The Everett Dam Patrol funds might be too generic. The area might say, where exactly is it coming from? So it is the committed balance of the general fund, where
Okay.
it's gonna be coming from.
Okay.
So they might like that wording better. if it
Okay.
just hasn't gone through them yet.
Okay.
Right.
So it wouldn't be more appropriate to say being offset from 16,000 being offset from the general fund?
Committed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his point was he really wanted the voters to know that it was money they earned through patrol.
Right, and I appreciate that, yeah.
Right.
Okay, maybe.
But
it's kind of-
legally, it may have to be written differently, and that might have to be in the purpose.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But we can put it in the purpose.
Right, might have to be in the purpose more than the actual article itself,
Okay.
so.
All right, thanks.
Yep. Anybody else? Okay. Oh, Bill?
I just want to refresh myself. We did get a Tahoe fully paid for by a grant this year, correct?
Yes, for a command car.
I was gonna say, yeah, I wanted to know,
Yep.
so that's replacing what?
Car 6, which was the Ford Explorer.
Okay. So this would replace the transmission charger?
The one that has no, yeah, exactly, the one that has a blown transmission charger.
Okay.
Yep.
And if this were not approved, the impact would be, we'd be operating with basically the patrol vehicles that we have today. And that new Explorer, even though it's a command car, could be used for patrol in a pinch, correct?
If every unit was out of service, yes, it could be used for patrol. But the way the grant is written specifically, it's supposed to be a command vehicle, not frontline patrol.
Okay.
So it can't be rolled in there and say every day you're gonna use it,
But it can be backfilled
if it ever had
needed.
to be, yes. The way that the grant, the way I understood the grant to be. Now, with that, the chief has already stated that if this article fails, that the charger is he's gonna put a transmission in the charger.
Okay, that
So-
was my next question.
Which is about $4,000 to $5,000.
Right, but, okay, that was my next question.
Okay. Anything else? Article 19.
Can I ask a question between?
Yep.
Sorry. I'm Lisa Grolian, 232 Quaker Street. I'm sorry, and this process is a little confusing for me, so I just want to clarify something. Are all the warrant articles that could possibly be on the ballot open for discussion tonight?
Yes.
So there couldn't possibly be any other warrant articles added after this evening, correct?
We
Well,
have,
we can discuss them tonight,
so the,
but, no, we can discuss them tonight.
Yeah.
But it's not, at the end of this, it's not closed door, no. It's not the fact that it's, nothing can be removed, nothing can be added.
there are two date cutoffs that are
Okay.
important. Last Tuesday was the last date for petition articles
Okay.
from the public with a number of signatures. So last Tuesday, that door closed. But this board has until the last Monday of January to make a final decision on what we want to put on the warrant.
Which
So-
is ill-advised, because.
Right, and what we're eyeballing is next
Right,
Monday.
it's ill-advised to go to that end, because then DRA and the attorney
Okay.
can't weigh in on it, so.
Because I thought that there was a cutoff, number one, and number two, at least one article tonight's been removed. So if all of the articles weren't available tonight to be removed, that doesn't really seem fair. Do you see what I mean? If there's not a chance for something to be removed. And I'm saying this because we've already had at least 3 people who, because they have children and families and only came to speak to this one article that we heard was gonna be on here, but isn't listed mysteriously, they had to leave, so now they're not here to discuss it. Does that make sense?
I suppose,
It does make sense, I just,
yeah.
We don't wanna be here this late either.
No, I know that, but I'm
Trust me.
saying that you removed the one for the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
That was here, so that was fair, it was here on time.
Mm-hmm.
It met all the requirements. People were sitting here waiting for one that now just, it isn't there, and it was discussed last week at a meeting, so I don't understand how something
Is
could
it
be
the
added
conservation one?
after. Yes,
Because I have the same question why it wasn't on this paperwork.
it doesn't make sense, it doesn't seem fair.
you guys you hadn't even seen it when you guys were at the meeting last. You
Yeah,
guys
we
went to the
never saw
joint
it.
meeting on Wednesday, and it was
But I thought-
developed at
I thought
10:30 at
we had-
night.
I thought we had said.
read it at the
The way
meeting.
that I understood it is we were gonna consider to put it on. It wasn't gonna go on.
Sure, but
It
that's
was
like
gonna be
all of
considered.
these. They're all
Yeah.
being considered.
Right.
So if you can delete one from tonight, and if that one's not being considered tonight to be on,
I was gonna bring it up.
okay. They left because they were like, it's not even here. So it should have its fair chance at the chopping block like everything else.
You could do it next Monday.
Yeah, we can do it next Monday.
Sure.
Yeah, next Monday.
But again, it's,
Understood. Understood. Okay, Article 19, 10-wheeler. Anybody have any comments on the 10-wheeler? This is to replace one of the trucks at the DPW. The $79,797 was received by the state and is gonna be a committed fund balance to help offset this pursuant to House Bill 2. That was part of, that could have gone in the road reconstruction used for equipment, so we're gonna use it for equipment. So that remains $200,202 to be raised by taxation to be placed in the capital reserve account. Any comments? Concerns?
The only other thing I would add is that we attempted to get a grant to cover more
Yep.
of this, and that grant did not come through.
The grant did not
Is
come
that
through, right?
correct?
Yeah, yeah, we did try for a grant and was, we were denied, but, no, so the approximately $80,000 was received from the state, and that's gonna be used to help offset it, so. Anybody wanna speak? Okay, we'll put it on. Article 19, the state of bridge
20.
funds, what? I'm sorry, 20.
Getting late.
It's getting late. 20 is the state bridge funds, to be placed in the Bridge Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund. Again, this was a committed balance from, House Bill 2 that the state provided, we accepted, and just looking to push it into that fund. Comments, questions? Okay. 21, road reconstruction, $600,000 to be raised for road reconstruction. Approximately 284 to be anticipated from the state highway block grant, which remains 316,000 for taxation raised. If the town receives more, it'll be less taxation. If it receives less, it'll be a little more. It's always a best guess. Comments, concerns? Frank? No, you're all set? Okay, good. Okay, 22, roadside mower, appropriate $175,000 for a new roadside mower. This would replace a 1995 New Holland that's currently out of service. Right?
This is a comment to this observation, and I'm not indicating anybody is not being transparent or anything like that. I don't know how, well, I got an idea how you could reword it. But the way this reads is that we have a 24-year-old machine, and anybody seeing that, say, yeah, time to replace it. You know, well served. But the town has not had it for 24 years. The town has had it for, if I can find the minutes, well, since 2000, oh, jeez.
I don't remember what year it was.
I have, now I'm wasting your time.
Probably about 5 years ago.
18, 19,
Two
somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah. May 2019.
19.
At that time, road agent, Selectman Knapp, broached the, requested of the board, a used roadside mowing tractor for the town. Again, I'm not questioning, I think it's a, you know, it's a good spend to the town to have their own. But $12,000 came from the roadside mowing line. And he had to come up with another $7,000 for $20,000. But this here, again, I'm not dismissing it. If this purchase were made, it would not be expected to enter a rotation in the capital improvements plan. And the DPW plan would go back to renting one. I'm not advocating that, but that's what was stated at the time was, you know, easy to go back and Monday morning quarterback. But again, you know, there has to be some distinction and some explanation that the town has not had this machine for 24 years. They've only had it since 1999, and I'm sorry, 2019, and it, you know, went into the, you know, over the edge last year, and while the town owned that machine, they had to come up, they had to replace the mower. Highway Department had, again, correct me if I'm wrong, they had to replace the mower that it came with something that didn't seem to work very well. So, I don't know, I mean, I was just playing around, I don't have anything written out, but this would replace a 1995 machine that the town purchased used in 2019, something along that lines. I mean, then you're really telling the people, you know, what it is. Again, it's not misleading by you know, by forethought, say, well, let's mislead the public. It's just the way that it's written. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And there should be some way of saying it was bought used, 1919, and
Now it's getting even older. 1919. Like I say, now it's getting even older.
All right.
Oh, I
Out
think
there on
they had-
auto side or
Say it's
something.
getting late?
I think they had horse and buggies back then, Frank.
Okay.
I get it.
We get it, 2019. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I guess maybe we could change it to, this would replace the, used purchase.
The 1995 New Holland mower, which was purchased in 2019.
Yeah, that would work.
Well, for complete transparency, maybe we should say that it's totally inoperable.
Or, I mean, does any
Isn't
kind
it?
of, does
I think
any of that
that's accurate.
explanation go in the warrant?
Not
We could
usually.
put all that in the explanation.
Yeah.
In the purpose, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we could, again, I agree, we could put purchased in 2019, that's not a
Yeah,
big deal.
I was just gonna add that the town
But the
purchased
purpose.
used in 2019, at the end of that.
This would, yeah, exactly, but I think you can put the purpose, yeah, yeah. Okay. 23, trailer caddy. Shall the town raise and appropriate $53,000 for the purchase of the trailer caddy, which will replace the '88 Ford L8000 that's currently being used to switch transfer station trailers? So it does not require a CDL, it's battery powered, it hauls, it can move the trailers around, loaded or unloaded. Again, does not require a CDL, and that's where we're at. Frank?
My same rationale applies to this as far as the date. The town hasn't had it for 36 years. I have no idea when it was purchased. I'm sure it was purchased used at the time. So again, my same rationale. And again, you don't have to necessarily, I mean, it'd be nice to have it in the article, but, you know, you can use it in the mail or two, and/or.
Did we buy that, or did we acquire it?
We bought it.
Okay.
It replaced the plow truck that we put under there
Oh,
the
okay.
first time.
Okay, all right. Okay.
His alternative is you don't get them moved on Saturday, then you're under the haulers.
Right, discretion, yeah.
Only question I ever asked Jay is, employees you got there capable of using this one? So I know they don't have the license to drive the truck, so.
Yeah, so if we were to purchase this item, there would be some training involved. But the one company that I spoke to, said that they would send somebody out, do some on-site training. So the option's there for that.
I just wanna make sure this eliminated having to have someone on call on Saturdays to move the trailer.
Yes.
So my other question would be, I mean, I've seen pictures of other, styles, and, you know, there's obviously a little bit different ones here and there, not a whole lot. Is this gonna require the parking area down there to get upgraded, because I just don't know if those wheels are gonna handle it on the dirt, et cetera?
I think at the most, a little bit of cold patch and a couple potholes. I don't think it's in that bad a shape where that machine wouldn't go.
I'm just thinking, you know, forklifts can't go off in the dirt very well, and I'm sure this is probably gonna be really no different with its wheels.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Most of it's paved now.
concrete pad and then the rest of it's paved. Like I said, there's a couple potholes, but I don't think there's anything that,
And I know I'm not opposed to upgrading that down there a little bit, and, you know, blowing the hot box over it a couple times, not opposed to that.
Yep.
I'm just asking, because that would result in more money needing to be spent, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
To upgrade, because all the pictures and videos I've seen, it's been on nice, beautiful asphalt, not off-road and/or subpar asphalt, so.
yeah. I don't think it's something that we can't deal with.
Okay.
We talked last week about ice and slush and whatever. Have you seen
Give that
anything
any
more about
thought?
that?
We got a shed full of salt.
Okay. Like, it's a perfect solution, I think, if it's gonna work.
Right.
In those conditions down there, and that's, I sure hope it will.
I guess my initial thought is, I wish that we had, and Jason's already corrected us, I wish that we had a candidate that wanted to get their license and put this funding towards an actual tractor trailer unit that we could haul our own.
We tried 20 years ago and the voters didn't want.
Well, that was 20 years ago.
No, I never, a lot of the time since.
Again, I'm just thinking that, I mean, how much do we spend, how much do we pay our vendor right now to move the stuff? It's gotta be over $60,000, right? So we pay over $60,000 just to move our own product, so.
Well, I agree. I mean, we've talked about it multiple times. It just, it wasn't supported very well, first of all, and
Right.
that was when we had full staff with half of them being A drivers. That'd be a couple of you.
You have 2 full unrestricted A drivers down there now.
And if you have, when you call them in, Jason, what are you paying them, 3 hours to come in?
3-hour minimum
So if
for
they
the
get into,
personnel policy.
they're getting paid $25 an hour, it costs $75 to get them in.
Move it. Which is
Yeah,
still a
they're-
lot cheaper than having our vendor come out and
They're
move it.
making more than
Oh,
that,
yeah.
time and a half,
Well,
overtime.
time and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, that's just the people who are on call.
right.
November 15th through April 15th. Then I gotta do it.
Right. Or, I gotta do it.
Yeah.
I've done it before. I guess I personally, I can't support this article, just because I don't feel I understand the pinch, but I think that the 53,000 could be spent better, that's all. And not better, what I mean is more into the future. Get that see if we can find an employee that would, for the $60,000, we could put another employee up there on the, there's things that get moved around, I think, so I personally can't support this one.
I don't think you're gonna find an A driver for $60,000.
No, I'm not saying you would, but I think it could be a start into something that's that way, so. And plus, I'm just not so sure about the terrain and this thing working in the terrain, that's all, so.
We did ask last time if we found that it's not working in our environment, can we get our money back?
I don't have any clarification on that for you.
Is that something think you could find out before next week?
I can try.
Or if they at least bid on them.
Yeah. Even if we're out $2,500 to borrow it, just to see if it's even something that will sustain. As long as we don't roll it over and break it.
If they want 53 grand, I don't want to demo one.
I would like to think so,
Yeah.
but, all right, so we'll put it through for now, I'm sure, but I just want to clarify, that's all.
And then I would further ask, since we've had him super late the last two, if we maybe do that first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, his articles next time
Yeah.
first, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we haven't had you super late here the last couple
Great.
meetings, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
3 o'clock in the morning is gonna come early,
Yeah, it is.
for me and Benji.
Frank, 4:30 for me.
I'd just like the board to know, I spoke to Jason about this proposal when he first had it. I saw the video of it, looks pretty good. Well, the video was here. But back when it was first proposed, most people are familiar at the end of 89, you cross the street and Blue Seal there. They probably have 100 trailers there, exaggerating. And all they have is a tug.
Yard switcher.
And, okay, and I spoke to the person, at least in charge that day, and again, I mentioned it to Jason ahead of time, so I'm not putting any fault to him at all. But I asked him, I said, do the guys have to have a CDL license? And he had to stop and think, and he hesitated, and he said, well, he says, I don't think so. So I don't know if the guy had the answer or not. So I mentioned that to Jason, and I don't know, I'm not sure if Jason followed up. I wouldn't know. It's not my purview to go to DOT and say, do they have to have it? You know, it's more from a town official. But again, I'm not criticizing Jason at all. But, it was a curiosity to me.
I think what we determined on that was that exit from the transfer station that goes in front of the hopper, where the truck is pointed out.
That there's traffic there.
It's considered a public way.
Okay.
And
He did mention.
And on a public way,
Okay.
the laws apply.
I think he did mention that, but
Because-
I didn't know if that was a
Yeah.
firm judgment.
In Blue Seal, as long as they stay on their side of the white
Right.
line, they're on their own property.
Yeah, they don't go, and they don't cross the street.
Correct.
Okay.
So-
All right, so that's a
Yeah.
firm determination issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. Article 24, landfill cap. Shall the town establish landfill repair and maintenance capital reserve fund under provisions 35-1 for the purpose of funding the repairs and maintenance needed for the landfill cap and raise an appropriate sum of $150,000 to be placed in this fund. And further, the board of selectmen as agents to expense from this fund. So we had an inspection done at the landfill behind the transfer station. With all the excessive rain we've had over the past couple of years, the backside of it opened up a little bit. So to make said repairs, you can't just put any machine on there because of the way the cap is designed. So you're talking about renting machines to get out there to make the repair. There are companies that actually, because there's a membrane on there that go out to repair them. Jason, correct me if I'm wrong. The companies go out there, repair it, put dirt and everything back over it and cover it back up. But that landfill is aging. We capped it in, 89-ish? So it's aging. It's really had nothing but mowing done to it, and now it's...
Slipped once before.
The other side slipped.
The other side,
Yeah.
the other
Mother's Day
side slipped
floods.
before.
So it slipped before, and we've really had no money to maintain it, and now this is establishing a fund to maintain it as it ages.
You pretty much nailed it. The only thing I'd like to add is that the area that actually, the soil slipped off of the liner,
Oh.
that whole area has to be excavated, and the liner will have to be inspected, made sure there's no rips in the liner. If there is, there'll have to be repairs done, and then they'll have to bring in the proper soil.
To cover it back over.
Yep. put the proper drainage, repair the drainage that's there. So it's quite a big project, and it obviously needs to get done.
It requires money. Yeah, we're forced by law to maintain our landfill, so.
Right, because if
I was
this
gonna say, and
didn't
this becomes a
pass,
compliance issue,
Yep.
doesn't it?
Right.
yeah, it's a serious issue,
Right. So,
serious cost.
you want to comment? Okay.
I guess my same thing, maybe it was answered and I don't remember, but I asked, what if it fails?
Then we can't put, well, yeah, then we
Can we
can't,
come up with money? somewhere?
yes, if we find money in the budget, because this puts it in a capital reserve fund.
Gotcha.
It doesn't,
Yeah,
it
you
doesn't
guys- you guys
specifically
answered that
appropriate,
before. Okay.
yeah.
I know I asked it and I
Yep.
figured I got an answer and I forgot it.
Yeah, fine. Okay. Article 25, the site assessment and plan. Shall the town raise and appropriate $35,000 for conducting a site assessment plan for East Road property focused on the feasibility of creating a recreational park that would house one more recreational venues? Anybody from the park want to speak?
Denise Purington, Parks and Rec. Again, I spoke last week. I guess I do want to add a couple of little things on this one. So we did talk about the fact that if there wasn't a warrant article that got approved for going forward with that land, this would get pulled. However, since we spoke last week, there's an article that came forth by petition to put before the voters, to ask them to decide whether, how that land should be distributed. So at this point, there's some importance, again, I don't know if it's in the right order, but there is some importance. If that were to pass, then this would give us,
Petition articles always go last.
okay, so I guess my point is, we talked about at the last minute maybe pulling this, but now that there's a warrant article, by petition, asking the voters to decide, should that land be set aside for conservation, or should it be set aside for use by athletic facilities? If that were to pass, then this article would be important. I do have a question, though. If that article were to pass, but this one were to fail, then can you do nothing? Then are your hands tied to do anything?
I don't rightly know.
You could, you could not conduct a site assessment, right?
That's what I'm
Right,
asking.
which is what they want to do as well,
So
their article.
Yeah.
So does no mean no transfer over that article as well. I feel as it would, because you'd be spending money that was voted down to do something with that land in a planned form. I think it would be a no means no.
so then you'd have to wait a year to come back for
Correct.
a site assessment if,
Yeah.
yeah, so,
For both parties.
well, why for both parties?
It'll have to be
It'd be a
redone.
year.
Yeah, if it's a year, you gotta redo it.
I think it plays both sides. If
Meaning
if this one passes and the other one gets voted down, it's still money being spent.
If the other one gets voted down,
The only thing I can think of though is the funds, depending on the funds, no?
if the petition article gets voted down,
Well, the other thing is too
then
is,
it's a moot point because we don't have the
the other
land.
thing is petition articles are advisory only. They're not binding.
That's not true. That's not true. No,
Some are,
that's,
some aren't.
All right, so
This-
what?
this
where-
particular
Where's
one
this line in the sand?
would be,
Where's the line in the
because-
sand between
Why-
a non-binding and a binding?
Why would it be why would it,
because conservation by RSA gets to make that designation.
But
but
it's,
I think we talked about that last week. If
But
you
it's
had
a-
a warrant article asking the town to take that land and put it for recreation, and 12,000 to 100, 1,200 to, if 1,200 people said
Majority.
yes, or an overwhelming majority said yes, put it to recreation, and they chose not to,
Right,
That's a really
but
tough
not
posi-
every,
so how's the
not
line in
every
sand?
statute and law and everything can be superseded by a popular vote.
I know that, but that gives a guidance to the
Right,
Conservation
but
Commission.
that's all I was saying.
Yeah,
Is this
yeah.
one is non-binding, and
Yeah, yeah.
you're agreeing.
Yeah,
So 29 is non-binding.
Right, like 30 would be binding. We can't just ignore
But-
reallocating funds.
But I guess, all right, so here's my question. It's they're both petition articles. How do you merit one and not the other? I don't know. I'm asking, because I don't know.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
So,
Who-
so
who
you
has to
said,
merit them?
well, no, you said that this is advisory only, 29, but yet 30 is binding. Where's the line in the sand?
Because how would this actually,
If I threw some RSAs in 29, would it be binding? I don't know.
if there were RSAs written to allow it to be binding, yeah, just like this one
Okay.
exists.
There's an RSA, if you look at the RSA 79, there's a specific law that specifically says you can, and they even dictate what the wording has to be, that the town can vote to do that. So I mean, again, I think 30 would be because the RSA says a town
Yeah,
can vote.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all saying the same
So 30
thing.
can be binding.
So,
On
all right, that's,
Now, what day did 30 come in?
They all came in by the 9th.
okay.
Because there was another deadline about, it's probably fine, we should double check. There's another deadline about petition articles that impact funds somehow. I'm just blanking on the
But if
details of
that
it.
date is different, it wasn't
I
published.
think it's like the 6th. I mean, it is, like, it's all out there by state law. I don't,
So I guess, let me ask a question. I'm gonna rewind back a year, just because I'm now more confused than ever. In my 8.5 years sitting on this board. Last year, there was a petition article to pave Orchard Hill and Apple Way. If they put an RSA on there to the road standard of a class 5 paved road, would it have held weight? Or is it still advisory?
I don't.
I don't know, I'm asking. That's, I guess I'm very confused as where the line in the sand is of a legally binding document, a petition article that was not put forward by the Board of Selectmen and not drafted by the Board of Selectmen, and a petition article that,
And that's, but I
has
think that's
no
part
weight.
of why these should be getting run by legal as well. And we're allowed to make minor edits to them for like wording and whatever. That,
It can be edits at the floor, too.
Yeah.
Deliberative session, they could make changes.
but ahead of time, we are allowed to make like typo fixes and stuff.
That's about it.
that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So will you be, because I'll stay, even if it's till midnight again. Are you going to be talking about the petition articles tonight?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
part of the public
So,
hearing.
tomorrow night, so right now, we're asking that this stay. I do think last week when I was here, I did ask that at some point, the result of the letters that came from the legal related to this would be made public, either read at a board meeting or somehow made public, and we've yet to do that. And I do think it's important that people know that legal did come forth and say that land can be used for athletic fields. And I think that letter needs to be,
So there are two parts to that. One, I think we
Yep.
said we would do that this week, and I guess maybe this would have been a good spot to do that. But we also had the development of conservation saying, wait a minute, they did not have all the information, town council did not have all the information available to them to make a fully informed decision. And
that's
where we
fine,
are
but I
right now.
still think the public needs to have access to the recommendations based on what she did have. And conservation
Well, yeah, but
conservation needs to also, what was the missing documentation?
Yeah, they mentioned one, it was a zoning variance that was specifically about the hay fields and how
Yep.
they were brought in.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to go off memory, so,
And there was also, I think, drawings of the hayfield, and it was to go in under an easement, and the easement was,
Because the lawyer mentions drawings in her letter, and that the drawings were incomplete and only showed the gravel pit.
no,
Well, I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
why
so
that letter
yeah.
needs to be read.
yeah, and all that to say,
Yep.
we still, for as long as we've been talking about this, we still don't have all the information.
Right. But it's, at some point, we have to make some decisions. So, anyways.
I mean, it would have been my preference to delay this a year and finish getting all the information, but we got a petition article, so away we go. I think we are hurling ourselves headlong into making poor decisions again, which is how we got here in the first place, which is how we get here ourselves into so many situations over and over and over again, without taking the time to do some due diligence.
Well, so I think a couple of things that I would say, and I don't disagree. It's unfortunate that, again, there were a number of people that were here that had to leave because of jobs or kids or things at home. In the opportunity to talk about the petition articles, the person, who advanced the article, I think part of the concern is while you're gathering all that information, if the Conservation Commission decides to go off and just, that the town doesn't have a chance to weigh in, if there was a sense, I think, that we'll gather all that information, we'll take our time, but nothing will be done until it has a chance to come back before the public, I think that's part of the concern.
Okay,
You can
individually, I
disagree.
don't know how we were conveying any other sense than we're kind of plodding along, trying to take our time and do this correctly.
Well, it's, when you listen to the Conservation Committee meeting, you don't get that
Sure.
feeling,
Okay.
I guess. So anyways, right now, I'm asking to leave it. I do know that we're meeting tomorrow night, our meeting was delayed. Have an opportunity to talk about whether or not we feel, in light of everything, we want to keep it on there or take it off. That's kind of where we are. And then I think when we get to the petition articles, I'll come back up and speak to those in a different way.
And maybe,
Can we make that letter at some point, that email or letter, available to the public? Huh? No?
I don't know. I'm cooked. The petition article thing just knocked me off my rocker, so I got nothing.
I think we have a lot of questions for legal, including the petition one.
Yeah, because All right, 25. I'm just,
Lori Davis. I've sat on the Conservation Committee, and I'm very familiar with the RSAs that govern the various things we do in this town. It is extremely dangerous to release information till you have all the information, because people get half the information and go running off with it, and then comes the facts and figures, and then you have a lot of grumpy people, but people have made decisions that is not based thoroughly, which is what we're talking about here. So it's very important that we don't make decisions till we get all the information. That's what Salem was alluding to. Number two, the Conservation Committee operates on a different set of rules. They're a very special, unique organization, and they have their own RSAs. And a lot of people don't understand that there are RSAs that govern them. And it is important for people, when they're talking about our conservation land and our Conservation Committee, that they need to familiarize themselves with how they are governed, how they are run, and how they do not have to necessarily follow everything that we do here.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to answer that, and I do think that Parks and Rec have worked very hard to do that, to make sure we understand. But I also think, and we've talked about this a lot here, that there was a warrant article that passed. And there are things that are being said was in that article that was not. And so there's a lot of clarification that needs to happen. It's not that anybody's trying to overwrite Conservation Commission, it's that we're trying to clarify that original warrant article. That's very clear, it does not specify where any of this property has to be. So I think, for the sake of Parks and Rec, we've tried very hard to do our homework and work in conjunction with them.
Brent Dickinson, Dell's Way. Was Lori speaking as herself or as a member of the Conservation Committee?
She's
Yeah,
not
on
on
the Conservation Committee.
conservation.
Yeah, she's individual now.
Had been.
She has been.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think any money that was spent to clarify any issue that was spent with taxpayer money, I think that's subject to Freedom of Information Act. So I would suggest that anyone interested file one of those post haste because it's our money. If it's taxpayer money, ultimately it's ours, and we can get our answers. Thank you.
Anybody else 25? Bill?
Yeah, just real quick. And I'm sure everybody, well, I'm relatively sure, I just want to make sure people are aware that when they're talking about that property, when you drive by that area and you look out and you see all the nice green fields, most of that area
Not ours.
is not the town's. So I just want to make sure they're looking at, it's only the only clear area right now that you'd be looking at is where the backfield is, beyond where the snowmobile trail goes through, which I'm not sure that's 12 acres. but you
No, that's
probably-
only 7.
It's 7 plus, it's 7, going off the documentation
Okay.
that's written. It's 7 plus, because it hasn't been officially surveyed.
Surveyed.
So there's at least 7 plus acres of field land.
Yeah.
And after a site walkthrough, the board here was part of that walkthrough.
Can I have you come up to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
I'll share.
Sorry, Denise Purington, Parks and Rec. 7 plus, it states right in the documentation, 7 plus acres of field land, and then there's the remaining part of the land. In the site walkthrough, we also looked at a portion of the land that goes beyond the 7 acres that has viability to be used in conjunction with what the recreation needs to do, including the possibility of, that's where a parking area could be, beyond that field land. So, again, hence at some point, if that land were to be allowed to be used for recreation, we're not talking about buildings, and we're not talking about domes, we're talking about soccer fields and baseball fields. That's why we had put in for a site assessment, somebody needs to come in and say, it's not 7 plus, it's actually 9, or it's 7.5. That's what we're trying to get, that part of this site assessment would be that clarification, and could you indeed even lay anything out on that?
And did you also look at Bolton Field? I mean, the Bolton property is 18 plus acres down there with not
Yeah, so
not nearly, most of that's unused. I
Right.
mean, it would require some excavation, but
correct. So,
it's currently used for recreation
I
as opposed to.
don't want to get too far away from the
Oh.
intent of this article.
right.
Okay.
We're going down a
We
rabbit
can
hole.
speak to it at another time, but yes, we
Yeah.
have looked at that.
Okay. Anybody else 25? Further discussion later, Monday. Article 26, Cypre, 10,000 for a cemetery trust fund Cypre account. I'm gonna move we amend this to 20,000. We have projects inside the walls that need to be done, and 10,000 gonna cover it. Got plenty of projects that need to be done. They've all been listed to us.
And how much do we have in Cypre?
How much is in the Cypre account, do we know?
On that sheet she gave you.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
I think it was 140 something.
154,000.
Four
right.
eighty,
Huh?
480,
All right, I'm gonna amend my motion to $30,000 to come from the cemetery improvements, from the Cypre account.
We've talked about a lot of trees just this year.
A lot, and exactly, and that's just it. There's a lot of maintenance needs to be done. 10 grand ain't gonna cover it.
A lot of cemeteries. I guess I
Yeah.
would defer somewhat
You got
to
100.
Sherry and Janice, who looked
Who've
at all
walked
the
at some of them.
cemeteries.
Yeah. Plus you got 100, almost 150 headstones
Need
down.
repair, right.
Half of them are down.
I
on
think
the
the
ground.
30 is gonna be a start to get things cleaned up to the point where maybe we can stop what we got going on and move forward with others.
I
But-
think there's also some fences that need to be repaired as well.
Right, but 10 grand ain't gonna cover any of it, so
No, I agree.
I wanna push it to 30. There's plenty of money there.
Is
30.
there a limit that there was only 10,000 a year that we could take?
I don't remember. Is there?
I think that's just an article that the cemetery trustees always gave you.
Oh, it was just that?
If there is a
Okay,
law,
it's
then
always
it
been
is what it is,
10.
but, yeah,
yeah.
it's just always been 10, and that's, I think we've always ran with
Somebody
it,
just
but,
needs to check,
but I think we put it to 30, because we got a lot of work needs to be done inside those,
yeah.
so. So I made a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Moving second, all those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Discussion on Article 26 is 30,000 for the Cypre account for cemetery improvements within the walls. Moves on the warrant. Well, moves the deliberative session, excuse me. I was misquoted. Conservation Forester, $25,000 for contracted services, licensed forester for, Plan updates, harvest layout, harvest management, forest inventory, trail maintenance and development, invasive species control, and other services. And Conservation Commission is to contract or purchase materials, services for maintenance and upkeep of town forests. Appropriation comes out of the town forest account. Yeah.
Neil Kirk, another question of clarification. Why is it that this account can only be used with voter approval, but the police account that you're proposing to establish can be used only with the selectmen's approval? I don't understand why.
Might have been how it was set up originally, just like ambulance billing has to go to the town.
Yeah.
Sure, it has to,
In other words, it's a choice.
I believe it's how it was established the first time it was set up.
Right, but at that time, there was a choice to make it either something that the town would have to vote on, or something that the
Yeah,
selectmen...
it was all in how it was constructed, Neil, when they did them.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else for 27, for the forester? Moves on. All right, petition article to restrict eligible, huh?
I was gonna inject there before the petitions, the one that Conservation asked of us,
Okay, that we can discuss.
and we got it by email.
Is this the one Lisa was referring to?
I believe so.
I also saw Andy in the hallway just now. I don't know if you want him to come in and talk to it or not.
We're about to discuss the warrant article that Conservation voted Wednesday to ask the Board of Selectmen to include on the warrant. And I've got it pulled up, I can read it.
What date was it sent?
Go back. It was sent Thursday, 11:29 PM.
With him.
Which was what, the 12th?
The 11th.
11th.
Ricky, it's
Yeah.
in the paper here.
So my question before we get super deep in all these petitions, since they're petition, is not for us to move or take off, is it?
This one's not a petition.
Oh, this isn't, this is, okay,
This one's not a petition.
okay. Right, sorry.
Oh, that's why.
I
We got
got it.
pushed- we got pushed
This is
down.
the one that everybody left for, because it wasn't on here.
So this is the first time the entire board's seeing it.
And I believe this is the one that Lisa asked about.
Yep, I believe it is.
And we said we would talk about next Monday.
Right.
Is there any money associated with this?
Andy Fulton, the Chair of the Conservation Commission, no tax impact.
Will there be any attorney's fees with it?
There certainly, for completing an easement, conservation easement, there would be fees.
Does it need to be surveyed too?
Oh, yes, yeah.
All right, so there's gonna be
So there
some
is
money
money tied
spent.
to it.
There's gonna be money tied to it.
Right, not to be raised by taxation.
The attorney fees would be, right?
I don't think so.
I think you're gonna have to ask legal if that's a legal way of using it.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, is it doesn't have any avenue to spend that money. It just says any fees, but where you're talking that there's obviously gonna be surveying and legal and stuff like that. I mean, it sounds like legal fees cover, but the surveys, that's a service. I don't think it would be covered
There's
under
gotta
this.
be something written up here, I mean,
Well,
I don't care if it goes, goes on, let the voters vote, but there's one right above it that, oh, it's getting late. Parks and Rec wanna do the same thing, and they've listed $35,000 for surveying
Services, yeah.
and services. And with the tax impact, and if it isn't, if it's gonna be asked to come out of the forest account, then it still would need that number, and it would say zero tax impact.
No, the completing the easement could be funded out of the conservation fund.
Right, but there'll still be an amount that you'd put down.
No, we don't need town vote to determine an amount spent from conservation fund to approve it. We're not saying town forest account. We're definitely not saying general fund. Funding would be through the conservation fund, which is at the discretion of the Conservation Commission. It's not a general funded expenditure, no pieces of it. And that's to write something that was not completed from 10 years ago. And that, the Article 29 from 10 years ago did not specify where any funding would come from. This is a correction on something that was incomplete as an article, and is certainly incomplete as a duty of the town to follow up with the approval from 10 years ago. Get the job done. So Conservation Commission is proposing using our funds, town funds and the Conservation Commission to get the job done.
I think you have to ask Laura or an attorney. You have to, for the mere fact of, it talks about, said commission may acquire in the name of the town, subject to the approval of the local governing body by purchase, the fee. So we already own it, we're not purchasing. So they can spend conservation money to purchase and spend the fees that way, but how do you do it when you already own it? It's probably splitting hairs, but at the same time.
Where's that language?
Article 36A4, Roman 1. I think it's the second sentence.
Well, how have we done it before when we've put an easement on a piece of property?
It's done when you first purchase it.
Oh.
So when we didn't do our due diligence, now we're trying to close that loop 10 years later.
Absolutely, it should be reviewed by
I'm just saying,
by town
I'm not
attorney.
an attorney, right? They all have to be.
How many acres are there again, total, everything included?
137, I think, something like
I
that.
think there was 137 originally with the
Yeah.
article. 117 was to get under an easement, and 20 was supposed to be between recreational fields and the athletic.
Okay.
Gravel pit.
Gravel pit and 12
So the
acres.
Board of Selectmen have been tasked with completing this easement for 10 years. Various boards have not completed the easement. According to the language of Article 29, Conservation Commission with this article, whatever number that we are proposing, is providing the voters approve it, adjusting and correcting some errors from that Article 29 to get the job done. Which is to have the conservation easement completed on the Bank Schmidt property.
I think that definitely needs to be weighed in, because you can't change the intent of the article. And that's what I just heard, was you said that things need to be changed and fixed. You
No,
can't-
the intent was to put the easement
No.
on the property.
I understand that.
So
And
nothing is changing in that. We're putting the easement on the property. We're just offering the town a vehicle to get it done. We don't have to make expenditures out of the general fund. Don't have to raise additional monies.
I mean, we could put it on the warrant and have Laura look at it, but at the
Yeah.
same time, there are people that were here earlier tonight as they asked if we could put it on for next Monday night for the discussion.
Yeah, I think we should put it on, and we'll talk about it again next Monday, but assume that it's gonna
That'll be
remain
on the
on.
plan for Monday then.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we're gonna be here till midnight just talking about this. It's just the fact, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And
It's- I mean,
we've
it's a
already
big
put some other stuff on there.
sticky issue.
I'm not saying it's not a big sticky issue and doesn't draw the attention, but
Why did it not make the agenda for discussion tonight?
because the board hadn't discussed it as a whole. So I think we wanted to discuss as a whole to put it on there. And, huh?
I think, you
The
asked.
proposal came forward at a joint meeting. You guys
Yeah, I
were,
was under the impression at our joint meeting that the quorum we had given it the thumbs up to
Put it on.
show up for the public hearing.
I guess I didn't take it that way, because you hadn't even heard of what it was.
Yeah, I didn't take it.
You guys stood there until 7-something, and then their meeting went till 10:30 when they brought it up at around 10 o'clock.
They hadn't voted on it, it was just
You
an
guys
idea.
said it
But that's
sounded
the s-
good on the
But that's the
surface.
same way that the Board of Fireworks gives us one that we haven't seen before, and it shows a
Board
bonus
of
piece of
Fireworks you've
paper.
seen for months.
Yeah, this is brand new.
We hadn't seen it, that's my point.
Right, we hadn't seen it, we hadn't even, the Conservation Commission at the time hadn't even voted on it.
But you
when-
said
when
you-
we were in
right.
session.
That's my point.
We
That's
had a
not counter to what I'm
discussion with
saying.
you when you were in session.
Right, when we were in
If you
session,
had said at that point, there's absolutely no way we can do this, then there's no reason to draft something up and get it to you. But what I understood at that point was, okay, well, why don't you present it to us? So I completed that and presented it to you, what was that, on Thursday? The agenda, I believe the agenda is put together on Friday?
And then we still would have had the option to strike it today with full public hearing input.
Absolutely, it does need legal evaluation, like they all do.
But I think you already said to everybody else that left here that you would talk about it next Monday, so.
Right, and we can still
And you
talk
have the
about it Monday.
opportunity to do that,
we can
correct?
talk about it Monday.
But I think we should assume it's gonna be on there. And if we need to, we can strike it Monday.
Okay.
I guess we'll have to call it a public hearing for that one article.
Yeah, we will. Absolutely, because the,
You
Doesn't
have to
have to
post
be
a public hearing 2 weeks out.
Well, question was just whispered in my ear. Could we continue the public hearing just to finish out the balance of your public hearing next Monday night? And you could start at that number.
Call it continuation.
Ooh, man. That's clever.
Yeah.
Not when you continue it here to a date certain, you don't need to.
Right, so I think you have,
Okay.
we have to continue it.
Okay.
If that's legal, sure.
Yeah.
So if you want to start at whatever this article is and then hear the 3 petitions after as well, you could continue your public hearing till next
Yeah.
Monday, do it at the beginning.
That's fine.
All right.
Just be prepared to have a meeting on Friday to finish the business we need to conduct, that's all. It's a hot topic. I'm not trying to discredit it at all. It's just, it's gonna take a lot of the meeting. Yep. Between the petitions, this article, Article 25, or whatever number it's gonna have, so.
And I think it's a perfect example of why we need to be diligent, because if the previous board that set this in motion had been diligent and finished the job, we wouldn't even be here.
I'm gonna interrupt. I have an email that I could share with you in 2020 when I reminded people that it was not done.
Sure, great.
And so I tried.
Yeah.
It's not like I left it.
I'm
It
not
was
saying
right
that you
after the
didn't.
pandemic.
Off
That's-
like
I
I'm
mean,
not
that's-
saying that, I was just wondering, if that was,
Folks,
what,
that's the point of this article, is
2013?
to get it done.
Why did it go from 13 to 20? That's 7 years.
Why haven't we talked about the solid waste ordinance since March? Because everything else comes up and it gets pushed down the road. I mean, it's legit, right? That's exactly what happens. It gets pushed down the road. It is what
You're
it
tired
is.
at 11 o'clock.
There you go. So that's why I said we're gonna have to have a meeting Friday.
Because right after the pandemic, I was cleaning up emails, and I reached out and said, hey, this is a good opportunity. And Brian from the Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests said he thought it was a dead issue because no one ever got back to him.
Right.
So then I forwarded the email, and at that point, it was left. But let's move on.
All right, I'm gonna move that we table the public
Continue.
hearing? Continue. Vote to continue the public hearing on Monday,
22nd.
to Monday, the 22nd, same time, same
7
place.
PM or 6:30 PM?
Let's start at 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just get it out of the way, 6:30. Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm assuming that you know that for 100%.
As long as
I
you-
would believe anybody
No,
in
as
here.
long
I
as you
believe
table.
Anybody knows it's gonna be Neil that knows
Yeah.
that.
Table something to a date certain.
Okay.
Right.
If
and I
you
just put
say
that.
I'm gonna table it and then post it, then you have to go in the posting requirements.
That's fine.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Is it seconded?
Second.
Move and second. All those in favor? Yes. Now what?
Who seconded? Who seconded?
Salem did.
Thank you.
Now what?
As far as what?
So, yeah.
Neil,
motion.
Neil, you're voting. Sorry.
I move to adjourn.
So do we adjourn?
Yeah, that's all I had posted was after the
No, but
public.
do we
Yeah,
actually adjourn?
because the public hearing has been postponed. I mean, has been
I
continued.
just don't wanna, I
don't know,
just don't wanna
it's
screw it up by like breaking the,
Yeah, we still adjourn from this meeting.
You adjourned from the meeting, but you just continued. You never closed the
continued.
public
Yeah, we never
hearing.
closed the
someone
public
just make a
hearing.
motion?
Yeah, he did.
You didn't close the public hearing.
All in favor, oh, sorry.
All in favor, yes.
So Benji made the motion to
Adjourn.
adjourn. Salem seconded. I believe it's gonna be an all in favor.
Yeah.
I think Benji's gonna be opposed.
Wait,
Don't
wait,
get
wait.
to bed
Wait a
tomorrow
minute,
night.
yeah, we gotta shut down the TV.
All right.